G'day, guys. Good evening to everyone. And good morning to those on the other side of the planet. G'day, Richard. Good evening, mate. Zoom over. yeah. Look, I was actually had to do the editing for the other one that I'm doing. Show you what I mean. Just so that was the one that I'm just checking out. Found it's going to basically. Oh, it didn't restrict it. Okay, it's still monetized. Good. I thought for a moment there it's going to create an issue. So I've got that. That's the microbiota type thing, composition, and I've got a mineral one as well. I've got a couple of. I just loaded that up. So it was a bit over a gig, 1.15 gig. So that took a while to upload and check. So I just had finished it because I remember when I left for Dad's place, I had to basically run the join the two files together and all that because I did an appendix. I forgot something and I said I better add that just for completeness. So I did a little short one, a few minutes, and then I added that. Yeah. Anyway, done. But like everything, takes time. But yes, good morning. You're the one on the other side of the planet. Yes. Good to see you here, mate. And Sammy, good to see you, mate. How are things in the UAE? Hope things are well. Hope you're not getting any more rockets from Yemen. Hope that's sort of eased up. Tracy, good to see you. Robbie, good to see you, mate. Again, you were on the earlier one. Yes. Yes, again. DJ Projectus, yes. You're at the other end of the planet. Yes, morning for you. Good morning. Slept and ate chicken. Sounds good. Okay, Stefan. Good day to you as well, mate. I have surgery on Tuesday. It doesn't sound a good thing. I was asked to get a PCR test, so I had one yesterday and came back positive. Then I did 3 rat tests and all negative. I just went for another PCR. Yeah, fantastic. Yes. Wonderful when that happens. Yes, you got to get the high sensitivity. You got to get the high sensitivity ones for the rat tests because I did try a cheaper one, and yeah, you got to get the other ones. So because there is the other one which is approximate, but yeah. Oh well, if it's true, then lifetime immunity for you, mate. Very good. Yes, at least long-term immunity compared to the jab of the hut sort of stuff, which doesn't give you that, as we know from all the studies that are coming out. Doesn't surprise me. Anyway, Anika, good to see you here. Yes. I need to get my smoke before it gets dark. Yes, definitely. I'm all prepared. I've got my coffee. I got my milk. Well, I drank most of the milk first before I got into the coffee. So, I've got my fluids here. I've got my oh shit. Oh, nearly did some damage there. Oh, very close before I just nearly spilled everything. Would have been a real mess. And I've got my alpine water as well, just in case. Unlikely that I'll need it. My throat goes. I can use it for coffee tomorrow if I don't use it. Yes. Yes, Royce. You had enough of the other character earlier, you know. It's the Roy show. Get used to it. Stop complaining, Tracy. No, said PCR is more accurate, but still up to 37%. Yeah, yeah. You gotta have symptoms to really know whether you have or don't or whatever. Yeah. So yes, when it came to us, we knew we all had symptoms, really symptoms, and people had after symptoms like lung-related problems and stuff like that. So we definitely know we all got exposed heavily. So, and it was just, I was completely asymptomatic. So was my brother, completely asymptomatic, and we're all negative. And this is with a much more precision one. But again, I think having two people that were definitely, had all the symptoms, were sick, were in bed, had the lung issues, all those sort of things, and we're all heavily exposed. I think we pretty much know that I don't need a test to tell me that basically my taurine and vitamin D kept me tip-top protected. But yeah, if you're on your own and you're the only person and you're asymptomatic and you're getting sort of mixed results, yeah, it can be a bit, yeah, where am I exactly? Yeah, because 0 symptoms, and that's the thing. So it could be basically your brilliant carnivore diet with vitamin D and taurine, and so you're not showing any real symptoms like myself and like my brother, even though they were heavily exposed to a person who definitely had symptoms and definitely was sick and still is recovering. So, yes, maybe, yes, your carny diet is keeping you tip top. Robbie, tip top. An absolute carny warrior. That's Roy's milk. Yeah, it is. Yes. The other bloke will be complaining tomorrow, I know, that he drank too much. Let's just rub it in. Oh, yeah. Was William Davis on Ivor Cummings' channel. So Ivor Cummings had William Davis. That name does ring a bell. Channel this week and first praising El Torre as you do, but then he said, if you eat no probiotic fiber for a long time, echinacea will start to eat. Did he? I think he's wrong. People's got a really funny thing. The lactobacillus strains is things you actually get when you're a child from your mother's womb as you come out of the birth canal. And populations have this in them, like the Maasai, who are purely carnivore, like the Inuit, who are purely carnivore. So if there basically was an issue relating to the lack of fiber, I think they would have known after multiple generations. I don't know where these people make up this shit. Is beyond me sometimes. I scratch my head and wonder where the thing they pull it out of their rear end, because this isn't even, this is just nonsense that people can make up their crap. I mean, I did that video earlier showing that short chain fatty acids, they're a proper experiment showing quite clear that you can make as much as you like from protein. You don't need fiber. So it's completely and utterly bullshit. Yes. And yes, if that was the issue, I wonder why people that are eating a 70% kibble diet now are basically completely and utterly deficient, not up to 90% in terms of Bifidobacteria infantis and L. reuteri in their gut. Give us a break. I've heard the name, but I don't follow the guy. But it's just crap. It's crap. This sort of absolute crap. Does wonderfully fine with amino acids, all the lactobacillus strains. Absolutely not an issue whatsoever. It's just nonsense. I sometimes wonder where people come up with all this sort of shit. I do wonder. But anyway. Oh, Harry, you should have a Tasmanian devil at your side like Bart has his good little friend Teddy. I'm not as eccentric. I'll leave it at that without any further comments. DJ Projectus. I'm the little Tassie devil. Get it right. I don't need a mascot. Hey Roy, any thoughts on standard organic full cream milk versus Jersey full cream milk? I think the standard may be making me itch as I ran out of Jersey. You may have a sensitivity to, because the other one's a standard sort of stuff. The Jersey one tends to be more A2. The standard one can sometimes be a bit more, so you may have a sensitivity to the casein, A1 potentially. I'm not saying you do, but yes, because I have heard that before from other people. There are people that I've known that have come from like places like India and places like that have actually had consumed raw milk, A2, no problems. They come and they have a sensitivity. That doesn't mean everybody's going to have a sensitivity, but yeah. But again, that's a N of 1. We don't really have research. So we're just guessing, a lot of us, when we say that. I know a lot of us say, oh, it's probably, we know that some people have sensitivity to casein. Does everyone? Is there other compounds? Yeah. So there's always that sort of, I always put a question mark on those. The glasses, Roy Orbison, the singer, used to wear these sort of glasses. That's why I'm wearing the blue blocking glasses for circadian rhythm reasons, to keep out the blue light from the screens. So it sort of stuck. It's a nickname now, and it's sort of stuck whenever I wear these glasses. So I just play along with the comedy, Stefan. It's all about, we got it. It's got to be light entertaining as well. It's not only just a whole lot of information. I do have a witty sense of humor. I wouldn't classify myself as eccentric, but I do have some. I think we all have some, eccentricities, or enjoy to play role playing and stuff like that. Some take it a bit further than others, like a Bart at full suit and everything, uniform and the whole caboodle. Other of us, are a bit, yes, that guy, Roy Orbison. Look with glasses at, he used to wear glasses at night. And so, yes. I think Stefan thought, did you think this was my twin brother? No. Is there a clone in the house? Oops. Should I be concerned? Nah, it's all fun and games, comedy, humor on my side, with a few characters. I think Blinky started it. Blame Blinky from Western Australia. That sand groper. Yes, he's probably been contained, or let's say in a quarantine centre by his illustrious premier. over there. Yes, another crackpot premier. Only with orange glasses, though. Otherwise, he's Harry. Yes. We'll nickname the glasses Roy. Yeah, okay. Harry and Roy. There you go. And Roy at night. Actually, that doesn't. That sort of rhymes. Harry in the day, Roy by night. Let's move on. I'm becoming a bit juvenile. Aren't I, Tracy? Yes, I am. No scurvy, fiber free. Yes. You're like the Inuit. Yes, scurvy free, fiber free. I'll pronounce it properly. G'day, Bjorn. Good morning to you as well. And Dom. Ah, yes. Good to see you, mate. Are you still in the Middle East? Or are you... Ah, you are. That is one of their currencies over there, I think, I believe. Thanks, mate, for the coffee. Cheers. I actually found a place, this Chinese guy actually makes these really different types of coffees from all over the world. And he does it with these hot, also cold filtered ones. Oh, they absolutely, he's a connoisseur. I don't mind going and spending a bit of money. I need to take Dad there as well. I think Dad will enjoy, because he likes a coffee. He'll enjoy going there. So, yes, bit extra money to spend on the old boy. Oops. Yep, I went past that. Yep, back down here. Yeah, you guys over there are mostly A2. Okay. Don't know. Maybe from one of the areas where the because that was for Richard, and he was saying earlier, but maybe, it's just sometimes you can have in the soil something that may get into the milk potentially. It has happened. So some sort of compound in what the animal has eaten ends up in the milk. There's always, there's always certain things that can irritate people. There can be something not even related to the milk. It just happened, coincidence, that you got stung by something, or something or something else in your environment or whatever changed slightly, and it was a coincidence that you'd actually drunk a certain type of different brand at the same time. So maybe have no relationship. It's hard to say sometimes with things. It's always, change to something, and if it's still happening, then it's something else. Sort of, that's the kind of thing. Oh, well, it was Blinky after all that came up with the name, and he is a sick puppy from Western Australia. So, yes, he's not here currently. We think we've got it. We think the Premier's actually put him away, locked him away into isolation. We hope. He's the only person in Australia that we hope has been locked away. Or he's locked away in Sky's, you did it wrong, Sky's sort of dungeon, one of the two. We're not sure. And we don't have here Trouble to tell us exactly what's happening. She sort of keeps an eye on him, or tries to keep him under control. So we don't know. One can wildly guess. By William Davis, logic means that very fatty people that fast for months have their colon eaten by Achomacea. Yeah, I don't look. The guy, remember, who did 380 whatever days, 86, I think. Angus, the guy from Scotland back in the 60s, I think it was. Yeah, his colon got completely eaten away, and it was just colonless. It's ridiculous. It's just more nonsense. Your Tissue gets turned over. Even your mucus layer gets turned over. It's just bizarre thinking. I don't know where these people get this nonsense. I always say to them, I challenge them, and I say, show me in the literature physiologically how this happens. Show me the mechanism, how this happens, and show me quite clearly where somebody's done an actual experiment showing this happening. They can't show me one example when I've challenged people on that level. But it's just like the typical mantras that people keep on talking, say, oh, this will do this, or apple cider vinegar will do that, or this will do that, without zero proof. There's no proof. It's just basically people have said it so many times, everybody believes it. And when I challenge them, I go, show me the proof. And they got nada. Always the case. So I usually go, it's probably bullshit. It's definitely bullshit. Because there's too many different indications of outcomes which don't fit the narrative. Simple as that. Like Angus and his 386 days of fasting. Yes. Okay. Yep. Can be. Yep. The other one definitely is if it's the same variety like we have in Australia, North America, and parts of Northern Europe. So, yeah, it's more than likely. But there is a bit of mixing now in some countries to put more A2. So I'm always not 100% sure with some of them. But nah. They got a little kiwi that sits on the ground that gets eaten by cats. The domesticated cats that go wild, feral. Yep. Yeah. Nothing, really piss weak mascot. That's why they've adopted the sheep as their brethren. There's reasons for all this. Do you believe all this stuff I'm saying? I hope you don't. That is bullshit on my part. Maybe you should have more striking names on YouTube, Harry. Like the taurine guy. Taurine does wonders, or something like that to get maximum attention. Oh, yeah. God. Then I'd really sound like a commercial ad. And Geraldo as Bart Channel. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, can't even pronounce my name properly. My actual real, name that I was given at birth. Yes. New Zealand grass-fed whey is worldwide famous for its supposed quality of raw materials. Yes, it is, and it's pretty much all A2, the stuff that is for the grass-fed whey out there. But they do have some of the other as well, because they tend to, the ones that have half A1, half A2 tend to actually be bigger milk producers. So it was actually trying to get cows to become bigger milk producers that the A1 sort of mutation happened. So that's how that came about. Yes, Tasmanian devil carnivore, exactly. Now you're thinking. Yes, exactly. Devilish of a carnivore. RF beats. It's 11:17. Commie, Florida. Yeah. Commie for California. Yeah, California. Okay. So, is that what you call it nowadays? Is that what you call it nowadays? Fair enough. I hear it's quite restricted there. Oh, they got you under house arrest and everything. Internal passports. Yes, comrade. I understand your difficulties. I think there's a few people that left California for that reason. That's a lot of butter for the coffee. Some people love their butter. Yes. People love, love, love. I guess you do. I know you do. Did you call him a moosey? Okay, that's Rich's new name, Moosey. It's cute. It is interfering with my circadian rhythms, but Harry's worth it in that regard. Late at your end. Fair enough. Did you, Harry, did you sub or channel improve since the last mention of yours in Bard Carnival update video this week? Very hope so. There was a few extra. I think I got about 30 odd extra people that subbed or whatever in that period. I don't know whether they all came from Bart. Some of them actually turned up in the morning live stream and sort of said that they come across. There was about 3 or 4 of them. So, but I don't know about the others. So I've looked at some of the others and I've actually realised they're not even subbed to Bart or anyone else. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. But nobody says, I'd always thank Bart for his support from the early stages when I started the channel. So we're pretty close. He's been a good friend and a good supporter. So yes, so I do thank him always for sort of helping me launch, because I did a lot of stuff on his channel and many people got to know me. So I sort of got a head start in a sense by getting a whole lot of earlier, when I set up my channel, a whole lot of earlier subs because I was doing content with Bart as well. So that did help get me started. And then the rest sort of built up over time as more content, as things. But it's been a merry-go-round up and down. Sometimes, David, it's sort of really gone, and then it's sort of slowed down. I go, what's happened? And then I realized I did one of the COVID ones or whatever, and it's really the AIs, or I got a strike, and I literally my whole channel is being shadow banned, and I'm getting nothing, no growth. So it was really the one that actually exploded me in recent times. A really big explosion really happened due to the Novavax stuff. Once I started doing some of these videos on, it was the ones that actually just ballooned. Got one of them got over, I think it's up to 12,000 or maybe even more now, views. So it was that sort of got me well known amongst a number of people, and then it went from there. So I was expecting, I'll tell you one thing, I was expecting the Prion one that I did, criticizing some other guy that is on the right side in terms of history, opposing this experimental garbage, the mRNA stuff. But he was making certain assertions about the Novavax and the prions and stuff like that, which was just completely nonsense. He may have done a medical degree and he's a lawyer, but at the end of the day, the guy doesn't really understand biochemistry in a deep and meaningful way, and doesn't basically, he did a medical sort of stuff and pharmacology more for purposes of litigation, which doesn't really make him a virologist or a biochemist or anything like that. So and maybe I'm got a better IQ and I'm able to pull that stuff apart better than he does. But he made some really Mickey Mouse mistakes in terms of protein folding, and when it comes to fundamental protein structures in the body, protein folding is really important to understand how these things happen. So he was making a whole lot of arguments which had no logical but foundation. It was just, and I thought that was with a prion one's going to explode, but it was the Novavax one that did. So it shows how good I am at predicting these things. Not. So, as I said to myself after that, Harry, don't give up your day job, because this is just a gig. You're not that good at predicting these sort of things, how social media really works. So I wonder if there's done any studies on the consumption of dairy and height. It seems that most of the tallest country tribes all consume a lot of dairy. Yeah, it is true that is the case. And the reason for that is the high levels of branch chain amino acids. That's really what it is, the high level of leucine in dairy. So it's BCAAs, branch chain amino acids, which make the difference. Now, I do know that the buffalo tend to have a good branch chain amino acid composition, and I suspect that's another reason why a non-dairy population like the North American Plain Indians were quite tall as well. So it's interesting. But I would say, when you take a look at even in a fasted way, remember when I did that leucine video, even in a fast, you can build muscle. Leucine, muscle protein synthesis, really driven by leucine. So building bigger muscle skeletal structures, I would say requires branched chain amino acids, and dairy is a very good source of them. So it wouldn't surprise me. I would say that's the reason behind it. There's nothing else in there that would actually have that sort of a effect in terms of growing muscular tissue, muscle skeletal to be more precise, because the leucine acts directly on the skeletal structure and on the muscle structure, on both. So it makes sense that it would be that, and there's not anything else that really has the same anabolic effect on those tissue types. So I'd be shocked if there was something else. I don't think so. Basically, I think it's leucine primarily, and secondary the other branch chain amino acids that are working synergistically. Oh yeah, you should try that. You should make an attempt to get the old camel milk, mate. The old camel milk. Just make sure you don't get spat on. I heard they can be quite annoyed. When they get annoyed, they can really spit like mad. I started to like to fry my eggs in native palm oil for color taste. But yesterday I read the stuff is often altered with red dyes, so I dumped it. Good idea. But besides that, it would be quite okay, right? There's actually, I actually found once a shortening which was from South America. It was organic. The shortening, it combined coconut oil and palm oil, red palm oil, and it was really produced. I used to get it. They stopped bringing it in for whatever reason, because they couldn't. Their supplier dropped it. This is City Organic in the city, which is sort of an alternative store that sells a lot of stuff. Gets things ethically produced in different parts of the world. It wasn't cheap, but it wasn't too expensive either. And I used to use that for certain types of cooking and all that. Flavor was incredibly nice. That was the days when I was, low carb and that. So that was really sort of nice. Now I just don't bother. And let alone I can't even get it, even if I wanted to. But quality is important when it comes to those things. Look, there are, if you do a prime like Bart's doing, and like, I don't mind actually then going for longer fasts like that. If you do a strong prime and then go into it, you'll really ramp up your sort of metabolism and stuff like that. And then you go into it, you're going to get, these more powerful effect. It depends on what you're trying to do. But I don't think excessive is either a good thing. So it's sort of my idea is do a couple of days. If you want to do it a couple of days in 1 month, a couple of days in the next month, probably not bad. That's, but try not to become excessively sort of caught up in doing that sort of stuff either. But doing it a couple of days every month, I don't see a big problem. When I look at populations, like there's a tribal population in Amazon, in the Amazon basin, and they have a 2-day fast, third day eat. So they fast for 2 days. On the third day they eat, and they really just eat and eat, binge eating like mad. But the other 2 days after that, no food. So it's interesting what some tribal population, and they're successful, they reproduce and all that, not a problem. So it's interesting what populations do and how, let's say, not only resilient but flexible the human body is. So, I mean, if it works for you, who am I to tell you otherwise? Play around, see how it works with you. There's sometimes genetics can vary between people, and people can tolerate certain things more than others. Others can't. There's a whole lot of factors, or where they are on the actual adaptation curve as well can play a role. So there's a lot of differing factors and all that. And at the end of the day, we've got no research. So I usually say N of ones, because I do a bit of experimentation myself, and then just see, how do I feel? Really, at the end of the day, Dom, is how do you feel? So that should basically, that should guide you in a sense. Any thoughts on burping? All foods and drinks stop it for a while. I am lactose intolerant, but I don't have any digestive issues with. You're lactose intolerant. Okay, but issues with you mean grass or pasteurized A1 cow 3 days ago? You didn't have any digestive issues. You may have actually, if you basically, let's say you've consumed for a very long time a lot of animal products and built up a certain level of lactobacillus bacterial strains from the animal foods that you've consumed, because they're very resilient to, a low pH or a highly acidic stomach. They will survive, and they will move into the small intestine, and they will cleanse it as well from other pathogens. They do a very good job in that regard, but also they can deal with milk sugars as well. So look, potentially, you may be fine in that regard. I've heard many stories of people on a carnivore diet who've restored, improved their gut microbiome, and those issues have gone away. So, if you don't get any digestive issues, it means probably your gut microbiome has improved. So consider yourself lucky. Many people struggle to achieve that. DC, good to see you, mate. Hi, everyone. I just realised Harry's stream begins at the same time as Catholic Mass, with most of the folks he attend. I'm a carnival heretic. Okay, so you can synchronise yourself with Mass. Good to see you, mate. It also helped for 1 hour, maybe. I have high stomach acid. Yeah, look, hard to say in that regard. I would try and get calcium from the diet, not from from supplements. Not a good idea. And if you're taking calcium supplements, you should be definitely taking menaquinone 4 to make sure that that gets directed to your bones and not to your soft tissue. That's the animal form of K2, menaquinone 4. You can get it on iHerb or everywhere else. Thanks, mate. Thanks, Tracy. Yeah, thanks. To everyone else as well. Yes, Tom. It's so tragic that your channel and Bart's has so few subs and other trash vegan channels, hundreds of thousands. It's a way of life. DJ projects it's just the way it is. YouTubia doesn't support carnivory, doesn't support anti-veganism, doesn't support anti-Jabba the Hutt, doesn't support. Actually, they don't like science, true science, and skepticism, and people that have independent thinking. So, and that's the problem. When you do, they suppress you. They are a platform that want to basically provide a homogeneous sort of model that their advertisers are happy with, and they can maximize its intentions in the past are no longer there. Anybody that basically thinks that they're completely deluded, I realize that at the end of the day, I'm not going to compromise my message to basically, I don't do this for income. This is not my source. I've got a day job. I do this because I want to help people. Primarily, I've suffered myself health issues, and I do it for a whole lot of different ulterior motives. Maybe I'm, doing penance. One of my brothers said, "Are you doing penance?" Yeah, maybe for all the sins that I've done. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to compromise the message. Bart isn't going to compromise the message. And when you're not prepared to do that, you're not going to get the same level of support from the YouTubia AI and setup. It's designed to basically promote a certain type of narrative and style. And people who basically like Salad Boy and many others who, polish their message and try to, make it fashionable or whatever, they do much better. Where when you're trying to put a really good, honest message out and a no bullshit approach, you don't really go with their style. And so you get the AI automatically sort of puts you in the lower category and all that, which is hard to grow and hard to get known. And if that's why it's you guys that basically need to promote me. I can only grow from the promotion of my subscribers. I'm not going to grow on my own as well. Occasionally I get lucky and some people Google something that I've actually put in my header, like the Novavax, and people just found me accidentally. And that way, and I went over 1,000 under those sort of circumstances. But in many cases, that's not the case. It ain't the case in that regard. Yep. Yep. Thanks, Richard, for putting up Bart's link there. Yep. And I'll pin that right to the top there. That's for Bart K. So if anyone that's here that came across because of the Novavax or other things that they came across, that's Bart K's, and I do endorse that channel. So, and I encourage people there, and there's also Pim Johnson and a few others that are in my. If you go down on the bottom of my front page, you'll see featured channels, and there's a number of those channels. And if you haven't subscribed to those, please subscribe. They're good quality channels with no bullshit information and with good content. Yes, it would be nice to be a bit different, but to have a bit of extra growth. But yes, it's been very slow. Let's put it that way. Sometimes it feels like at one stage there, I was thinking of throwing in the. It was like glacial. That slow. I was just stuck at about 400 or whatever. No growth. It was just nothing was happening, and yeah, I was getting a bit disheartened, to say the least. So not as bad now, but still, the growth has been minuscule. But we'll see what the future holds. Maybe as people become wiser, they realize all the bullshit out there. They realize the nonsense and that's been perpetuated on them in terms of the C-19, you know, issues and, the freedom, the struggles to reclaim back our freedoms and stuff like that. As this sort of happens and, people will start realizing that there are, on the not only on the jab of the hut issue, the jabs and all that, but all on the C-19 issue, but also on the nutritional issue and other things, they've been duped, they've been tricked, they've had the wool pulled over their head, and a lot of bullshit promoted, which is contraindicated. And hopefully at that stage, channels like myself, Bart, and others that have got, a true health narrative that basically is human centric. It's against the misanthropists of this world who would like to see the degeneration of the human species or hate the human species. And we'll come across channels like myself, like Bart and Pims and others that are trying to do the right thing and try to put forward good science and good skeptical thinking about a whole lot of topics and subjects. So one can only hope. We'll see what the future holds. I get occasionally acne drinking cream or milk in my coffee, but don't seem to have any problems with cheese or butter. Well, they tend to be, fermented in that regard. Do you think A2 milk would be worth a try for the acne or casein? Nothing to do. Yeah, you could give it a try. You've got nothing to lose, Robert. Give it a try and see what outcomes are. Sometimes you'll be surprised. There's another thing with lactoferrin. It can sort out BCM7, the casein A1 issue, and that's where I suspect maybe some of those issues are happening. Also, gut permeability can be an issue, and the stomach acidity levels in sort of denaturing those proteins, because your stomach's supposed to denature all protein. Should it turn it all to simple amino acids, and then you should take those amino acids in an amino pool that comes in, and that amino pool that comes through the gut as it's being absorbed should then technically be used as building blocks to build through enzymes. You transcript a whole lot of little nano machines, biological nano machines, those little nano machines, grab all those aminos and build a whole lot of structures. That's how it's supposed to work. So if, I've had people where they've improved with using Ruteri to eliminate a lot of the pathogens, and then they've gone really hard with high dose of taurine supplementation to really improve the acidity levels of their stomach and all that. And they've resolved a lot of those issues, and these issues just go away magically because now they're not getting some complete proteins going through into the gut, but they're completely, all proteins need to be denatured in the stomach. So when people say, "Oh, yeah, denatured proteins, awful," just think crackpot immediately, because that's what the stomach's supposed to do. So to get rid of foreign proteins, got it? And those foreign proteins need to be broken down to their simple amino acids and fatty acids and all that. And those amino acids then can be used as building blocks by enzymes that your body creates to do that job. The little builders in your body that your genes will encode and literally create messenger RNA to make sure your ribosomes produce new little machines that will go around called, things like metalloproteins and enzymes and the likes. Anyway, so yeah, I would say give it a try. See how you react to it. Got nothing to lose. But really, ultimately, work on the stomach. As I said, everything starts from the stomach down. Got a good functioning stomach, and it may be intersected with poor functioning gallbladder. That can be also a reason. And then again, taurine plays a role in that as well. Reducing fibrosis, improving bile flow, improving the quality of the bile coming from taurine rather than glycine is much better because it stays around longer in the small intestine, which means you absorb things better and you also cleanse the small intestine much better and get rid of pathogenics or problematic little critters in there. Very important to improve the gut motility and gut functioning and eliminating the dysbiosis issues. You said better eat only cured pork that has been heated in production process. If the quality is not sure, so also no supermarkets salami, then it says on the label that it's smoked and dried only. Look, they would have checked it. If it's basically smoked and dried only, it's fine. If it basically is in the supermarket, they're not going to sell you a product that basically is going to put you at risk. They have to take samples and make sure that there is no salmonella or any sort of pathogen that could basically cause problems. So, unless you don't trust the supermarket or the suppliers of those supermarkets, or there have been issues in the past, then you could think about it. But if not, don't worry about it. It depends. It's more certain other things that I would be concerned. Smoked, I really don't have concerns, and the dried out stuff, because it really makes it very difficult for pathogens to survive without fluids. And I wouldn't waste my money on it. Next, hey Harry, is it of any worse to buy some low deuterium depleted water, jug on it for a month and test the outcome? Maybe, yeah, nothing wrong with that. Don't go too low. Stick to around about the 115 parts per million. There's around that level. If you're going to be using the water, you can go for lower, like like 25 parts, and then mix it with normal water to basically get a certain dilution point. Depends, but make sure if you're healthy, you definitely don't want to be over 130, but you definitely don't want to be under 100 in the dilution thing. So if you're going to just consume it from the water that you purchased, I would never go below 85 if I was healthy. And if I went 85, I'd basically get that and dilute it to some extent with tap water to get it around the 110, 115 is where your long chain fats are coming from, animal fats. Don't spend too much money is what I'm trying to say. Could be. Some carnivores say if they don't go 100% carnivore, even without spices, they don't feel good. That small things like spices can. Okay. Oh, look, there are people that are much more sensitive to certain things, and it usually tells me that their gut microbiome is in a real mess. And those people I would be encouraging to basically increase their taurine levels to a therapeutic level to basically try and restore proper gut functioning. So it depends on the people. And the problem is if you cook your meat too much, you lose a lot of taurine, which is a problem, especially when if you're in a species, if your species appropriate from birth right through, it's probably not a big issue if you're getting small amounts of taurine every day. That's fine. But if you've got major problems, health problems, then you need to ramp up the amount to sort things out. So it can be different in that regard. So it always is the dose according to the need of that person, what we're trying to achieve. Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why it is. It's not maybe, it is definitely. Yes, it could be explosive, the results, that is. Yes, exactly. And that as well, leaky gut is definitely a problem, and a lot of people have a lot permeability and very poor microbiomes. Are also missing a number of bacterial strains completely. So what is your opinion on drinking right before, during, or after meals? Often weakens digestion or not? No, not really. If you drink, your your stomach, will digest foods over a number of, a certain amount of time, depending on the volume and the type of food it is. It can take, a small amount of time to a few hours. Okay. That's one thing. So to break it down properly and then digest it. Water will run through that much faster. Some water is required to actually produce. You need to. So I'll actually take water from the food itself, because a lot of food has a lot of water. Even meat there's a lot of water in meat. You just have to dry it out to see how much water can remain when you dry it out. So there's a lot of water in it, and that's where the taurine is as well. So you can lose a lot of taurine if you dry it out. Now, if you basically on that hand, does it look a lot of things? I'm just going to give me a sec. I'll be back. I just heard something. Okay, where are we? Forgot to do the audio thing. Anyway. Yeah, so, I mean, some of that's gonna be used for the actual digestive juices, and the rest of it's just gonna go through the lower sphincter and into the, small intestine, either get absorbed. So it's sort of a non-issue. We thought for a long time that it may have been an issue, but it's not, and even the transit time varies whether it's cold or hot, so it can there's all these sort of things. But I wouldn't get too concerned with a glass of water or stuff like that, even before or after. From what we've seen for the research, it doesn't really make a lot of difference. So, or even in between. I know there was a lot of things that people were talking about and stuff like that, but the reality is once we looked into it, yeah, there was no real, we realized there's a lot of claptrap, because they actually put devices down into the stomach to see what the difference was going to be. And, before, during, and after. And they didn't really notice, exceptional differences. So I don't really think it makes much of a difference, to be honest, Stefan. It's like one of those, the old stuff that people made up and whatever about a whole lot of things, and then it's just people perpetuate without any proof whatsoever. So, yeah, wouldn't really get too concerned. Felt it did nothing but lost the fat I put on over Christmas. Yep. In terms of yeah. Yep. I get farty and burpy after eating beef or lamb. Pork and chicken, not so much. Go figure. Interesting. Very interesting. The only thing that I can think of, there was some sort of anaphylaxis that happens in Australia when certain ticks bite you. Again, it's one of those difficult things to be certain. Certain foods, or like chicken and pork, can be broken down and denatured to be quicker and absorbed much better, where some foods like beef and lamb tend to be a bit more hardier and all that. So I suspect you may not be producing as much acidity as you require for beef and lamb to break it down, is one of my suspicions here. So I would say possibly either undercook your food a bit, the beef and lamb, to basically acquire more taurine from the food itself to improve the acidity, or supplement to try and increase it. If you're on blood pressure meds, check or lithium meds or whatever. There's a video that I've done which covers the safety aspects of this. So keep that in mind. In that, you need to adjust your meds and stuff like that. But if not, I would probably increase my taurine level supplementation to try and actually improve stomach acidity. I've done a video on stomach as well, acidity. So if you type in stomach and Harry Serpanos, you'll find it, and it covers all the information that possibly is your issue. Camel once bit me on the Canary Islands. It was a llama, was it? One of our subscribers, llama. Of course, not him. He did that, that T comical thing, that video. He actually did that for me. So yes, and that's why I said it wasn't him, was it, David? I'll never forget that crude experience. I was a child. Yeah, damn little. Yeah, it must have been a llama, because if you thought it was a camel as a child, you probably thought of, oh, this looks like. I couldn't help myself. What's the healthier cheese for key to and other benefits? I had some Gouda earlier. Yep, Gouda's pretty good, and Brie and Camembert are also pretty good. Those three are, I think, the best in terms of menaquinone 4. Now, Camembert and Brie are pure menaquinone 4. Gouda, on the other hand, has got very similar levels, plus it has a lot of the other menaquinones, including 8, 9, and 10, that all can convert to menaquinone. So you end up, I think, with Gouda, you, in the long run, per gram, you end up with more menaquinone 4 than you would end up with the other two. I'm just more of a Brie person myself, and I don't mind Camembert, but I'm sort of more of a, let's say, addicted to Brie. I should have been French. G'day, Bjorn. Any issues drinking raw eggs? No, I do it sometimes. I like mixing raw eggs in milk. Fine. I haven't done that, actually. Maybe I should try that. Raw milk and eggs. I'll have to try that next time. Maybe tomorrow. I'll give it a try tomorrow. So I've done it differently, where I've actually done it like raw. I've beaten raw eggs and I've mixed them up with yogurt and stuff like that and cream, and I've consumed them like that, but not in actual as an egg smoothie. I don't know why. Why have I never done it? No idea. Just haven't thought about it. Probably. I have like gulped raw eggs, and you only get about 28% or whatever gets bound. The rest of it's fine. So you end up with more biotin anyway. It's a non-issue, that issue. So not a concern whatsoever. As long as you've got a good sauce, not caged, but a pretty good sauce, you shouldn't have any issues with them. But eggs, I'll have to try it, see what it's like. YouTube is any shield. I have to use that because the AI will pick up on it. The other one, like W and give me a H and give me an Omicron. The other organization. When you actually say that, the AI is like that, waiting. Ooh, is he going to say it? Is he going to say it? And literally jumps all over me. Yes. I feel like I'm being impaled by the AI. Yes. It's like me and Terminator. So, yes, that's how it feels. Yes, it probably is. Oh, it's a good story. No, I don't think so. Google owns it, not them yet. Not the global government yet. It's still owned by Google, or a bunch of retards. Anyway, I don't even watch channels like with more than 50,000 subs anymore. Only shadow banned content is good content. Cursalona, yeah, you're looking for quality, not bullshit. Yeah, good on you. I've looked for some studies on cheese. Rockford has more menaquinone than your beloved Brie. Probably has. Look, I've used sort of blue cheese and all that. It probably does. I just can't remember all the cheeses. I've looked at a list of a whole lot of cheeses and different menaquinones and all that. I think, that one was on the high side as well, but I can't remember whether it was higher than Brie. And it can vary between country and the brands and stuff like that. So it's not all uniform. There are even Gouda, depending on the Gouda brand, there can be a lot of variations in menaquinone 4. So along all the cheeses. So it depends which brand you looked at as well. So I usually get French Brie cheese, which is also raw in many cases when they have it available. Sometimes they don't necessarily, which is annoying. And I also get a Brie which actually has blue, so it's actually a combination of Roquefort and Brie. So it actually double the fun. So maybe I am getting a bit more. But yeah, let's not get too carried away. But yes, there can be variations due to brands as well. I think I actually showed one of the studies that I actually showed. There was actually a whole lot of different brands of Gouda as well. So yes, probably variations between countries and the sources. Yes, never. High Harry, constipation, taurine or magnesium or both. Taurine. If mag, okay. What type? You get enough magnesium, your diet, and it usually is. If you constipation, yeah, okay, you can use like allopathic medicine, or this is the equivalent of allopathic medicine that naturopaths use. They go, take a magnesium supplement to basically force your bowels to basically empty easier, rather than actually saying, okay, you've got some sort of dysbiosis which we need to fix. You need to sort out your gut motility. Taurine can do that. Depending, I would start at 4 grams. Now, as long as you're not taking blood pressure meds, or you're not on lithium as a antidepressant or whatever, do check out my video that I cover those points. It's a recent one. But if you want to really solve the problem, vitamin C flushes won't sort it. That's just nonsense. No, it's not. It creates a whole lot of oxalate as well. It's not very healthy. Yeah, you're recent to the game. Yeah, you've just come into the actual, carnivore sort of space and all that. Most people will either get one or two things. They'll either get a lot of constipation or a lot of diarrhea, one of the two. And the reason for that is because their gut microbiome is in an absolute mess, pretty much. And taurine is the thing that basically normalizes, fixes there. I'm doing some more stuff on the gut. There are a couple of videos. That I've got on about some of the gut microbiome type of Ruteri supplements that actually help sorting out the gut and dealing with some of the pathogenic bacteria that cause some of these problems. That's one thing. Also, motility. That means the peristalsis, the movement of stuff through your gut, is determined by taurine levels. It's regulated. So motility is regulated. The acidity, that means how low your pH is to be able to absorb things properly, is also determined. How well your gallbladder works. If you've got a gallbladder issue, because a lot of people do tend to, they were low fat for a very long time, and if they were very low fat, they tend to have a lot of gall sludge, gall stones and stuff like that. And sludge is even much harder to remove than stones, and so you have to go to very high levels of taurine in order to basically create sufficient bile flow to basically get the gut to work properly. So there's all these sort of related issues that you may be having because you're recent to this, and what you've been doing in the past. If you're doing, let me know in the comments down what sort of diet you were doing prior, your 2 prior diets, and that will give me an idea exactly. But I suspect that's your problem. Most people overcook their meats, which means they decimate the taurine. Now, if you're ancestral, small amounts of taurine every day is fine. But if you're not, and you've got a lot of taurine deficiency, you've basically never had much in your diet, and your body's very deficient. A lot of these systems don't regulate properly, and you may have a lot of senescent cells in the gut, which you need to get rid of. Which is taurine does that as well. It causes apoptosis and gets rid of old cells, clears out a lot of the shit out of your colon as well. It improves the health of your colon, and also is, in a sense, by doing that, reducing the risk of colon issues like cancer and many other things in the long run. So the apoptotic effect is beneficial in the short run. So there's a lot of benefits to be had with taurine. So I would ignore magnesium. If you get enough taurine, what happens is your body actually recycles and keeps magnesium and potassium inside the cells, so you don't lose it. So you don't have these electrolyte issues like people have in their sort of keto type style or whatever. When they're not getting enough protein, they're not getting enough taurine, they're not regulating these things properly. So yeah, I would say taurine would be my go, not magnesium. Magnesium just masks the problem. If you want to use magnesium citrate as a short-term thing, that's fine. That's a sort of approach that a naturopath would give you, because they just have the opposite of the allopathics. The allopathics will give you a big pharma drug. The naturopath will give you a supplement, because they don't understand the way these systems work. They just basically, it's a band-aid solution for them as well. Take this and it should sort it out. Well, you don't want to be taking magnesium supplements for the rest of your life, now do you? It's not what our ancestors did. It's nonsense. We need to basically sort out the issue at its core, so it doesn't cause us issues anymore. And you're new to the whole carnivore thing, so you probably haven't heard these things before. Not many people talk about them because they're completely ignorant about the physiology of our bodies. Most just are reductionist, nonsensical understandings they have, and they just spout out the same bullshit that everybody else does. But yeah, your gut will normalize with taurine in a big way, and it will actually encourage the beneficial bacteria to populate and sort of crowd out the non-beneficial, and that will improve the general gut function. But if you've also got issues with, gallbladder issues and all that, even underlying sludge where you don't feel any pain, but there is sludge in the ducts and all that, and you're not getting proper flow, and you end up with a sort of what is called insufficiency of bile, taurine can improve that flow by also removing the sludge over time. It takes a number of months, but it also can improve the quality of the bile salts that are coming in, because glycine, many people supplement, poor idea. Taurine is the thing that mother's milk is very high in, because the baby needs that. I've done a video covering that, an earlier one, on the importance of bile, of taurine for bile salts in children. This is well covered in the literature of pediatrics. We know this, that the child will have a better bile and basically digestive function with taurine. That's why it's in the mother's milk in very high amounts. It's also very important for brain growth and many other things. It's neuroprotective as well, but that's another issue in itself. Does so many things. It's a Swiss Army knife in the body, and it's in basically the water part of animal flesh and fish, and in their flesh it's slightly more concentrated, much higher in amounts, but it's in animal flesh primarily. So yes, populations that don't overcook, like the Japanese, their meats, get quite a bit of it. That's the Japanese paradox, why they have certain benefits. Anyway, I easily found Bowen therapists here in Poland. Actually, there is about 20 minutes of them just in my town, of which 5 speak English. That's pretty good. I chose a lady who then just turned out to be almost blind. She's very nice. Okay. Actually, there's a guy down here that actually does Bowen that actually is blind, fully blind, and does it. So interesting. Yeah. Okay, she's does a good job. That's the main thing. She's a good practitioner. Doesn't matter whether she's blind or not. Next, anyone that got a yes, and I think somebody put it in, and that was Richard. And there it is. And it's up there at the top for anyone to basically go and subscribe. Please do. And that as well. Thanks, David. Definitely won't, Robert. Definitely won't. It's the reason why, I mean, nobody's going to approach me to sell anything. I mean, I criticize supplements. Probably it's probably one brand of taurine that I actually recommend, and that's it. You guys know it, which is made by some people that set up the company were vegetarians and actually created a really good product without any crap. It's pure, unbound, nothing bound to it, no crap bound to it. It's in a free form. The way it is in the fluids of animal foods, it's in a free form. That's how taurine should be. It should be unbound, no fillers, no nothing, like some of the other products out there. And that's why it's the only one that I actually go, get that one. It's not accidental. It's the one that I get myself, and it's the one that I encourage other people to get as well. Anyway, let's move on. Can't find anything on the difference between cow, sheep, goat. Cow milk tends to be slightly higher. Some sheep, depending on what bacterial strains they've used in it as the culture, can be higher or lower. Generally, when you're looking at feta, it's lower. But in goat, there's a specific bacterial strain that they've used in a type of goat cheese, which is a more yellow type. It has more of a yellow type color. It actually, for some reason, it goes a bit yellower, or it's not as white, it's not as light, and it's using a bacterial strain that causes this effect, and that has a much higher amount. But I can't remember the brand. So there are variations. I think I've shown ages ago something, but I probably need to do some sort of, yes, in that regard. Well, that's the other thing with taurine. It will normalize that sort of stuff. It's actually, in many cases, it's not basically, most stomach issues are not due to high stomach acidity. It's usually to low stomach acidity, the burping and all that. What it has, your pancreas starts putting up through into the stomach small amounts of a more acidic type, trying to bring the pH down. It usually, and if you're putting calcium bicarbonate and stuff like that, not a good thing. I would rather go with taurine to try and normalize everything. So shift towards to normalize things with taurine by supplementing. And this is why people find relief when they do raw meat. It's because it's got more taurine content, and it usually sorts out the stomach. Check out my stomach video, Harry Serpanos stomach, and check it out. Yep, pork does have good levels of menaquinone 4, and so does chicken, much higher than the other meats. Actually, chicken slightly higher. All birds, whether it's chicken, duck, turkey, they all have higher menaquinones than all other. So and because they're related to the dinosaurs, it must mean that the dinosaurs were very high menaquinone 4. And the reason for it makes sense. Look at the bone structures of these animals. Massive big bone structures, complex collagen structures. You need menaquinone 4 for that. So I would say, even to activate them, the key enzymes, the osteocalcins and stuff like that, you really need menaquinone 4. So it doesn't surprise me that certain types of animals will have more. And that's, I'm aware of that as well. But I think one of the highest that is emu. Like they even have emu oil, which is really high in it. and even the ostrich as well. But I think there's a South African company that actually used to have a product, an ostrich product. I don't know whether they're still around. No idea. Anybody from that part of the world and knows? It is usually that a problem. So that's why I recommended she looks at that video of mine. Yes, H. pylori gets also sorted for 6 by, again, our dear friend taurine. Yes. So taurine does suppress H. pylori. Very, very important. And so does the reuteri. Both those are, anti-H. pylori. So both. And I've done plenty of videos, Annika, which covers the Swedish reuteri. And it's the DSM-1, what is it, 179 something. It's that one that basically is the key one that actually helps with combating C. diff, H. pylori and a few others. I think pork has a bit higher levels of taurine than beef as well. Yeah, it does a bit, I think, as well, from memory. Plus it has more thiamine, it also has more, niacin as well. Probably where it's a bit on the lower side is a couple of the minerals, and also lower on the B12 as well. So there's a few there. That's why I follow sort of a diet which has a number of different animal sources. You end up with far richer micronutrient sort of foundation for the body. Very important. Oh, yes. Thank you, Tracy. Yes, please hit the like button, people. Please smash it. There's quite a few here, and yes. Harry, I suggest doing compilation of clips taken from your streams when you talk about specific topics and making clickbait titles for these. I could try doing something like that. Yeah. Go right ahead. Thanks, DC. Anybody want to promote, little clippets around and stuff like that. I basically allow all my videos to basically for people to copy whatever. So I deliberately have those ticked on so people can just take snippets and create their own little things. So, yep, not a problem. I do that deliberately. I'm trying to get the information out. It's not, I don't really concern myself too much, get wound up about all this copyright stuff and all that personally. Yes. These or glyphosate. There's other mimicking things. Could be. Yes, it probably is low stomach acidity, I would suspect. Usually is the case for a lot of these things. People just have got poor stomach functioning. The quickest way of actually this is why people get relief from raw meat when they come across to a carnivore diet and they've had very low consumption of these foods for a very long time. They get a lot of relief with raw meat. They could actually just supplement taurine and cook their meats. So, and even if they were doing raw meats, by supplementing, they would actually improve ultimately that whole process much faster. I think that transition problem that everybody worries about, that everybody talks about, they just don't understand the importance of taurine. I've been talking about it literally off the top, screaming about taurine importance in, gut function and stomach function and all that, and it's still the message isn't getting out there for some reason. People are still talking the same nonsense about, oh, it's transition and all that. No, it's not transition. Your gut and your stomach are not working properly because you've been feeding it inappropriate things for a very long time, and a lot of things are down-regulated or dysfunctional. And you've probably got a lot of SIBO. They're talking about, like in the US, they think about a third of the population, possibly even up to a half of the population, have got SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. That means, and these bugs, when they overgrowth in your small intestine and in your stomach, what they do is they suppress stomach acidity, which makes it even harder to consume things. This is why people find relief from raw meat. They eat raw meat, and the extra taurine actually forces the proton pumps in the stomach to secrete more acid, which means that they can absorb it and feel less stomach issues. So that's where a whole movement has emerged of raw foodies with meat. It's because it's not accidentally that they claim that it's much easier to digest. It's actually the taurine. It's basically because of they've been eating a species inappropriate diet for a very long time and have very poor acidity. Most problems, all these burping and stuff like that, and most people, it's not too much acidity, it's usually too little acidity. The majority of cases, unless you've been on proton pumps inhibitors, then you come off them very fast. Then basically your body's actually tried to counteract the proton pump inhibitors and produced more pumps. And then basically you ended up with more pumps producing far more. And then, yes, you could have a problem under those circumstances until you normalize that over time. But most people that have never been on proton pump inhibitors usually have underproduction of acid, stomach acidity, and usually taurine resolves it. I mean, you're one of those people, Alex, that resolved a lot of their issues. I did the same thing with high doses of taurine. Again, improving my stomach acidity, dealing with the bugs that were in there, and cleansing the whole bloody thing. Very important. Yep, and he's right also on that as well. Diverticulitis and vitamin D levels is another issue because the collagen degrading enzymes through that are MMP9 and MMP2, and they are both vitamin D dependent, which is another thing. And that's why I talk about in the low vitamin D levels, the mucosal junctions, the tight junctions in your gut, they can't close properly. You need vitamin D, and you need to regulate the enzymes that actually make sure that they do, that all functions properly. So yeah, good point, Alex. Yes. Definitely gone. Exactly. Just for people to remind, okay, just give me a sec, and I'll. So this is the one that I always recommend to people. Get rid of that. Stop doing that. Okay. So it's this one here, taurine powder from Nature's Life is the one that I always talk about. I do have it in capsules, but I prefer it. That's also on as you can see, as a free form amino acid. Got it? Nothing bound to it. None. Other ingredients? None. Absolutely zilch. Zero. Nada. Nothing. That's how I want taurine. Absolutely clear as unflavored. No, nothing. And currently on iHerb, it's actually cheaper. It's down from the $21.73 down to $17.38 Australian. Now, I don't know what, So, as you can see, the serving, which is the little thing inside, how much you get. So, and they've got like a quarter, like serving for 1 gram is about a quarter of a teaspoon. So a full teaspoon is going to give you 4 grams, which is where you want to be at a minimum. I'd go to 6, to be honest. Trying to sort out. That was what I was doing before for other issues, but I was doing it for my heart, for fibrosis and my lungs and stuff like that. And then I went up a bit higher, but I wasn't doing it. But it actually my stomach and everything else started to work better. So it was a sort of a bonus. I didn't know. And then I did more research and I found, it actually regulates all these things. I'm going, okay. Yes. I sort of stumbled on by having N of 1 anecdotes of my own, so my own experiences having these N of 1 anecdotes. And then I go, okay, this is doing other things as well. And then I started researching it beyond the sort of the fibrosis and, all these other things that were doing all these other benefits. So I was wrapped at that point because I was getting all these other benefits. It was a bonus. So Harry was a very happy person. Now I'll just put that into the chat. I'll put the iHerb one and I'll put the other one as well. This is the only one that I buy myself. And when people ask me and say, Harry, which one would you buy? And I say, this is the one that I buy. That's on the iHerb. And if it ever runs out and you need to go to these other, let's say, Baitos sort of fan club, these sort of, I don't really try to minimize my support to Amazon unless I can't find something on any other thing. But if you can't get, because in some countries, due to you can't access this in your own country, you may have to go to Amazon to get it. Just so we're aware of that. But do try iHerb first before you go to the, let's say, the others, the dark side. of the Amazon family. Yes. Yeah, look, it's metacolone's great for all things. Yeah, it's in all tissues, all over the place. It's helps with a lot of things. Yeah, I probably need to do more of that sort of stuff as well. Yes, I probably need to in that regard. G'day, Anna. Hey, just got it. Did anybody mention David Sinclair? That guy? He's all over the place lately. Any thoughts? He's a crackpot. Haha, that dude is on a mission. Supposedly he looks much younger. Okay, well, he started in his 30s taking this stuff, and now he's in his mid 40s. So, but a person having less senescence and less issues, yeah, probably can get away with a few things. But things will catch up to him. M&M and stuff like that can also push certain pathways that can also promote cancer. There are risks in this sort of stuff. It's a double-edged sword. I would stick to niacin and lower doses. We don't need higher doses, which niacin actually doesn't go through the salvage pathway and doesn't have an interaction with SIRT6. The products that he promotes does have an influence with SIRT6, and SIRT6 is a double-edged sword. It can go one way, health promoting and longevity, but go the other way, and yes, let's say, can give rise to pathology in terms of cell proliferation issues. So I'm very critical because it does have an effect on CD38 inhibition, and CD38 is a protective mechanism that shouldn't be altered severely. There is a sort of rate, and so this sort of blanket recommendations and stuff like that, any sort of nonsense with his fasting mimicking diet crap and all that, that's just nonsense. Him and Londo, on these sort of things of, again, based on epidemiology crap, which they have not, junk science. He should stick to his areas. His area is, hardcore traditional science. It's not nutrition. He's got no idea about nutrition. And he shouldn't basically be talking about things that he doesn't know, and then thinking that just because in his science that people are more disciplined, that in nutrition that are just as disciplined, and using crackpot research to justify low mTOR, when in the biochemistry books it's quite clear that mTOR, IGF-1, and insulin go lockstep. So when your insulin to glucagon is at 1.3 or very low, like on a vegan diet at 4, your mTOR activation is going to be much lower. So, dry throat. So, yeah. So it's just nonsense. It's only on people on mixed diets that are engaging in the Randall cycle, it goes very high, and then they accuse the meat as being the problem. It's just crap. This guy's going to end up with a lot of deficiencies long term, like a lot of the other people out there. Is he 52 now? Okay. Yeah, look, there are genetic differences with people. Some people, I've seen him in earlier photos images when he was in his 30s, and he looked like he was in his young 20s. Some people just have younger genes, the way they look. Doesn't mean just because somebody's going to take this. There's plenty of other people out there that take M&M and NR and actually don't look extremely young. So, and some of the stuff that he's promoting is problematic. Even the other stuff, we know that basically reversing what they do with mice, reversing basically and turning those genes backwards you actually get this sort of, I forget the name of it. It's like a growth thing that actually happens, and it can go cancerous. If you can control it by slowing down that reversal in the little rodents, when they do it, they can prevent the cancer from happening and can actually reverse their age quite a bit. It's a way of actually trying to reverse back to a stem cell, basically. But it's fraught with a lot of a risk, so to speak, in terms of cancer. So yes, you can actually reverse the age, but then those rats are then killed. They are younger age-wise, but are they vulnerable long-term going forward then for cancer? Possibly. So yes, they never do that forward, like a 2-year projection from there to see what will happen. So yes, and then again, you can't extrapolate to humans. So it's, yes, interesting science, but the applicability is questionable, whether it can be done for humans. Where taurine, on the other hand, actually improves telomeres. Most people don't know that. And taurine does a whole lot of other things. Apoptosis, getting rid of others, also assists in better stem cell production. Even in the brain, stem cell production is elevated with taurine. So you actually get new, neurons in your brain. Good idea, I would say, to basically include taurine more than, and if you eat pork, you'll get enough, and you can actually go for niacin, go for less than 300 milligrams. I'd never recommend these high doses, and as long as you stick to that, I take a dose which is a pharmaceutical grade, which is an Australian TGA approved. So this is one that the doctors give out, that prescribe for people that are not compatible for statins, and they prescribe this, and it's a pharmaceutical one in Australia. And that one, basically, you can only get it at a pharmacy. I'll just show you what it looks like. Just give me a sec. And it's much safer than the other stuff that's out there. Plus, the product that he uses is actually from his lab. It's the stuff that they use on the experimental, rodents. It's not the same stuff as the quality. This is really high quality that they actually use, which is quite different than the products that are basically sold out in the market. Nicotinic acid. This is, as you can see, pharmacist-only medicine. So this is a TGA approved in Australia, the Therapeutic Goods Administration, and it actually is approved by them. So this has no fillers, no crap, no nothing. It's 250 milligrams, and I snap it in half because it can be snapped in half and have one of those. I haven't had this for a while because I'm doing another experiment and I'm not taking any niacin currently. So I'll be back on this probably in a couple of months' time when I finish those other experiments, minus the niacin. So we will go back to niacin later. And I look forward to the flushing. Not really. Oxalate juice. Oh yeah. You're right. I forgot the oxalate juice. Before it goes cold. You're right, Richard. You're right. Very much so. Very much. Yes. Oops. Found my spot. Yes, David, protein speeds up age. Yeah, it's just nonsense. Absolute nonsense. It's high growth pathways. And if you're on no sugar, you're down to an insulin to glucagon of 1.3, not an issue. Definitely, Robert. Definitely. Sounds good. Sounds really, really good. Let's assume that someone lives in the wild on low altitude, which water does you best drink when it comes to deuterium and other minerals? Rainwater, creek water, or digger fountain? Rainwater. If you're in a low altitude, rainwater. That will be light water, as it's called. Heavy water is always heavy in deuterium. Light water, as long as if that water from the creek is coming from an alpine area, it may be lower. Depends. If it actually is mixed up with a whole lot of other water from other sources, not only alpine, may not be. So it depends. If it's from a lower elevation, not a high elevation, it definitely won't have low deuterium. So it really depends. So a lot of factors, but rainwater would be your best, or in the leaves of plants like the sand people, the Bushmen of the Kalahari and the Hadza and many others. They get these leaves and they squeeze them and get the moisture out of them. That is low deuterium due to photosynthetic effect. It knocks out the neutrons. Exactly. Well, I wouldn't. It's probably harsh to call him a fraud, but I think that he's very reductionist in his thinking. Extremely reductionist is his problem. If agriculture rotten teeth, how do Western price findings in Swiss fits with that? Sorry if silly question. No, it's not a silly question at all. Lactoferrin, it's called lactoferrin. Lactoferrin binds lectins in the actual, like gluten and other things like that, and removes them. Also, the old breads were very high in protein, much lower in carbohydrate, double the protein, double the mineral content because they were grown in very mineral-rich soils, and they were very much similar to the Zea bread that you found in ancient Greece. So very different types. Also, it was sprouted and fermented, so it broke down all the anti-nutrients. And they didn't eat heaps of it because it was so protein, very heavy. Only a small amount was enough. My father used to basically get a small slice. His mother used to make for the whole week a loaf, cut a small slice, put a whole lot of lard and then or butter. But Dad preferred butter, and then got a whole bit of the goat feta cheese on it because they had goats, and basically, he used to that was his breakfast in the morning, and then he'd have other foods later on, which were more animal based or dairy or whatever. Some plants seasonally and some fruit seasonally, as they used to do in those days, but these people didn't have these problems because a lot of they were having raw dairy, and raw dairy is high in lactoferrin, and lactoferrin binds any lectins that are left after the fermentation, because usually, his mother used to do it over 3 days. Even many of if you go still to villages in Greece, a lot of the actual, they still do it over 3 days. So it's fermented, it's properly, and it breaks down a lot of the anti-nutrients in the actual, so you're actually getting, protein, and you're getting some glucose. And because you're getting small amounts and you're physically quite active, it just repletes glycogen. So it's less of a problem. That's why it was less of a problem. In an office work environment where you're eating too much and you're not, you've got, you don't need to replete glycogen, can become a problem, let alone all the anti-nutrients, because it's processed in a way to be rapidly done without any consideration for the anti-nutrients to reduce those. Plus, you don't have the protective effect of raw milk anymore because it's not sold. We pasteurize our milk. Back then it was raw, so the lactoferrin bound lactoferrin can actually bind to lectins and remove them. So like gluten, stuff like that. That's why a lot of those issues didn't exist then. And when we removed that milk that actually dealt with the problem of the small amount of lectins, and we increased the lectins, we increased the gluten, we reduced the protein content of, with hybridizing in the 1960s, when we hybridized the wheat and created these new type of wheats, which had more glucose, lower protein, lower minerals, and higher gluten as well, because gluten makes it softer. That's why bread today is softer, because of more gluten in it. It didn't become like a rock in the past, which it was. That's why you've got basically the modern breads that cause all these problems compared to back then. So, or food, certain types of foods that were observed. Remember, he actually noticed that same population could be in a village eating, that traditional bread that they produced, and with their raw milk, and then you go to a nearby town where they've got seed oils and refined flour and stuff like that, and it's the complete opposite. Tells you all about, stuff like that. There is a traditional processing method that breaks down the anti-nutrients, and then there's a modern processing method that doesn't, and also removes the protective element, which is lactoferrin. So it also improves, lactoferrin also improves the level of interferon in your body, which is a immunomodulating thing. So if you want to improve your immune system, I've said within this era of C19, I have recommended people supplement lactoferrin supplements, especially if they've got any symptoms and stuff like that. So yes, I'm going to see my doctor tomorrow because of burping. Which test should I ask for? Unless I don't know exactly what the tests are. There is a test that can actually determine whether the actual, I think you have to do a laparoscopic sort of test to see what is in the context, what's in it. Is it basically something coming from the are there any juices coming in from the pancreas? That will tell you your stomach acidity is too low. There aren't really many tests to tell you what the stomach acidity is. If you eat something, then you can test that. Is one way to see where the pH is, and if the pH isn't very low, but I don't know whether they do those sort of tests in that regard. All the other tests are sort of Mickey Mouse tests that don't really tell you anything. They'll end up just basically giving you more meds, which don't fix the problem. They just make it worse and exacerbate it. I don't think that's a solution for you. I think you should basically go on taurine and go to higher levels. But this is not medical advice on my part, but it's basically what the research that I've seen shows. And in the past, I used to have some level of burping as well, because I was on a kibble diet, on a, low fat, all that sort of shit diet, had gallbladder issues and all that. And what I found was, like Alex, that did a lot of taurine as well, improved his function. I don't think your doctor's going to fix you. Personally, they have no idea. They're so ignorant. It's beyond the pale. Ultimately, if you go down that route, that probably could potentially put you on drugs that make things worse, and you'll be back where you were in a year's time, and you'll be scratching your head and you say, I've just spent all this money and I've got nowhere. Give taurine a go. You've got the links. Buy it, get it, use it. And use it if you're not on blood pressure meds or on lithium or anything like that, then you don't have to worry. You can go at much higher levels. And over the next couple of months, it will resolve the issue, like I did for Alex. You got to be patient. You have to reset things back to where they should be. But it's not for me to give you medical advice. You know, if you want to go down the doctor's pathway, that's your right. It's your body, after all, what you do. But I would say before you go down to the medicalized approach, give the taurine a go. You've got nothing to lose. You know, maybe a bit of discomfort for the next month. But you could have unresolved issues for years if you go down the other pathway, and they could make it worse with some of the medical interventions. So anyway, that's your choice. That as well. Look, Dad's been consuming, you know, he had sarcopenia and all that. He basically upped his level of protein, and yeah, and he does taurine as well. And yeah, and he's really good. Dad's really good now, you know, doesn't have any of these issues. Even his burping has gone away, I've noticed. Like, he used to burp quite a bit, the old man, when he was eating more plants. And now, no burping either. That's true. I just realized that. I haven't heard him burp for ages. And I've had him on taurine now for a very long time, specifically to improve his stomach acidity and stuff like that. And to improve, because he had pernicious anemia, being on too many plants and dropping a lot of meat without me knowing, because we don't live together. And then his doctor called me and told me, and I go, what? And then I had a chat with him. I said, Dad, why aren't you eating meat? What's wrong with you? Oh, people are saying, oh, you know, you go, are you crazy? I said, look at your muscles. They're atrophied. Are you crazy? And I said, you need to get on meat. And I started pushing him and giving him, I got him bovine supplement, you know, because to try and get some protein into him, taurine and leucine, to try and force it in. And within a certain amount of last couple of years, now a decade, he's as strong as ever. His muscles have grown back due to the myonuclei that are in there, that, you know, it just popped back really fast. I was shocked within a very short amount of time. And he's really doing well. And that's the other thing I've just noticed. I've just realized I haven't heard him burp for years now, since he made changes. And he buys packs of taurine and does a couple of grams, about 3 to 4 grams every day, twice a day. So he's eliminated that problem altogether. I've just realized. Oh, God. Yeah, sometimes when you're close to the person, you don't realize it. But I've even, you know, noticed with myself, I used to have certain issues, burping and, you know, all these sort of issues. No, just say, God, why is my throat dry today? Making it difficult to talk as much. You must be one of those kids that just never grew out of burping, that just loves to burp just for the hell of it. Like some people like to fart just for the hell of it. Is that it, Robert? Yes. Roy Fan Club at the door. Yeah, that was it. Cook has probably does. I hope he does. Yeah, I do. This is oxalate juice. I see a lot of carnivores like Bart drink up to 4. Well, I've actually got genetics that I can clear out. There are some people that have got genetics. I've got basically the genetics which are homozygous, and I've got both alleles, which allow me to clear out caffeine 4 times faster. So where somebody may take, let's say, 6 to 8 hours to clear out caffeine out of their system, for me, it's 1.5 to 2 hours. So that's why I don't really, you know, where others get a boost drinking coffee, I do it more for the flavor. It doesn't really do anything for me. But Yes. The oxalate content is very low. Now, the instant coffee, which is what I'm drinking here, has more oxalate compared to the, if you go to a barista, less, because the pop's thrown out. You're only getting the water running through what's being grounded in the grinder in the actual cup. But the instant stuff, obviously, you're getting some oxalate, but it's not a lot, very little. I mean, coffee, it's one of the lowest oxalate types. It's bugger all. It's much lower than the, it's only a very small minute. We can do up to about 50 milligrams or something along those lines. And this is only, even if I have 4 of these a day, it's just going to be much lower than that. So it's a non-issue in that regard. But I only do about 2 coffees to 3 coffees a day. Sometimes I even do 1 coffee. I'm not addicted to coffee. Sometimes I just don't have a coffee at all. I just can't be bothered. So it's because it doesn't really do much for me. It's just the taste. So it's not something that, I clear it out of my system so fast that it's irrelevant pretty much. So, yes. But yeah, Bart definitely does it like his coffee. That's true. I mean, once he was actually drinking, he told me once 8 or 10 cups. I go, bloody hell, Bart. Yeah, so he does have a bit of a, I don't know, call it an addiction to caffeine. Maybe. Yes, he does. He's a bit on the excessive amount, as even Pim says. He's. I think we're having a chat after a live stream. She did an interview of me, and we were talking about Bart's coffee drinking. She goes, he drinks far too much. He's, because anyway. Look, nobody's 100%. The reality is we're humans in a very strange food environment. I tend to be very strict for most of the days. It's just on the Saturday I will occasionally cheat in that regard. It's usually ice cream most of the times. Sometimes I try and contain myself. Sometimes not. Depends. But yes, generally speaking, in that regard, I don't drink fruit juices or anything like that. But I do drink kombucha type drinks that have got alcohol sugars. I just have to get this down because it's getting to 8 o'clock and I shouldn't be drinking too late, eating or consuming anything too late. Need to get it into my system. Down the hatch, done, sorted. Don't have to worry about that. Sort that out. Sorry for all that. Amusing for some people, probably. What is he doing on live? You know me, I'm easygoing. I used to use butane HCI, so did I. Actually, in the early days, I really burped and had stomach issues and all sorts of things in those early bloody days. That's why I get, Metaflor as well, that actually can help combat H. pylori as well. I had a lot of horrendous stomach issues, and I was doing 6, sometimes 8. I was doing some of these tablets, and when I shifted over the taurine and started doing the taurine, it normalized things. It took a while, but normalized things. I had a few incidents with my gallbladder. Eventually, it sort of, I better sort out Bert. Somebody else did it, good. And there was yeah, I struggled a bit with it, but eventually it sort of sorted out. It's sort of out itself. Um, yeah, but it was a bugger. I also had sludge. So once the stones came out, I got those floaties or whatever, and then eventually, and I had a lot of pain. Once I was so in pain in my pancreas, I was really worried. I thought, oh, should I go to the hospital? I was really in such pain and agony. And I just got down, I lied down and just rubbed the side of my pancreas and all that, just to try and relieve, try to loosen it all up and it sort of settled down and all that. So I've been through this stuff, guys, and I can tell you, it's not comfortable. I understand. It's really discomfort. But this is what happens. Use it or lose it. If you don't get taurine, it's the lack of taurine that prevents the emulsification. The reason why we've got these stones and this sludge that actually forms in the gallbladder is basically because of lack of taurine. Taurine emulsifies it, breaks it all down, allows it to flow properly. This is why the mother's milk is so rich in taurine, to allow the child to have good digestion and good cleansing of the small intestine, because cleansing of the small intestine also protects the child from pathogens. Really bloody important, especially with an underdeveloped immune system. You need taurine, which provides bile salts that stay around for longer, guaranteeing proper cleansing of the small intestine. That's where that fundamental difference is. Yeah, I did use it for that purpose as well for a period of time. I'm sort of over that sort of part. No more foamy stuff. No, nothing. I think I've dumped as much oxalate as I could have. So that's sort of behind me now. Thank God for that. That was I did go through a bit of a horrendous period at one stage. Yeah, I sort of did, or I used chocolate, either one, for that purpose again, to slow down the dumping. Yeah, I've been there. Oh, not wonderful. Very annoying. Found this low, depleted what it is, 136. I will give it a burl. Depends what price it is. Some of them are very expensive. I mean, I get Alpine water, which is 146. Now it's 10 parts per million higher. This is probably better, but it's very cheap. I can buy it for $2.50 a litre and a half, where these ones cost a couple of dollars. So that's the problem. That's the only issue that I have with them. I wish they were cheaper, basically. So I just use mine for coffee. That's pretty much it. Keep it. Yeah. I'm with the coffee too. Yes, Stefan. I need a drink to get a better digestion. Depends what sort of drink we're talking about, Alex. There are drinks and drinks, aren't there? My dear fellow, yes. I don't bother doing any of that. There's no research to show really anything in that regard. Nah. As long as you've got metalloproteins that are picking up the stuff in the small intestine at the top part of it, pretty much irrelevant. Yeah. Well, look, alcohol, coffee, yes, it is a poison. The caffeine and stuff like that, yes, it's definitely not a health beverage. Let's put it that way. But it actually is a good source if you get the instant coffee. It's actually a good source of niacin. Yes, it's actually a very good source of niacin. It can actually save you having to buy supplements like this. So yeah, no pun intended. in that regard. So instant coffee also has more antioxidants because they don't get burnt to a crisp like in a barista style. So yeah, it's funny like that. Yes. But definitely like that. And look, it's not going to cause any, and coffee won't deplete minerals. You don't have to worry about that. The things that the anti-nutrients in coffee are so little to chelate any substantial minerals. It's pretty much a non-issue. You'd have to be literally jugging down. You'd have to have a coffee like every couple of minutes to be able to get any real problem with mineral chelation. So I wouldn't really worry about too much about that in that regard. I don't think so. Coffee's a creamy delivery system. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's like my cream, cream delivery system. Yeah, yes, I can agree with that. It actually does improve bile production as well. That's true. That is true. It does have that positive side. Yes, it does. Yes. And it's definitely the pleasure side for me. Definitely the pleasure side. I would have to agree with that. Definitely, definitely, definitely. I I think I have high acid, lemon, and ACL. Didn't change anything. I eat much salt too. One thing about taurine, what it does is it actually regulates things and brings them back to a homeostasis. So if you've got too much or too little of something, it actually brings it to normality where it should be. So it has a very homeostatic effect. It regulates things. That's why I'm saying get taurine to regulate things back to some normality. So if you do truly have much higher levels, then taurine will regulate it back to a normal range. That's what you really need, something like taurine. Taurine basically will bring things down or up. It's the same thing with blood pressure. Too low blood pressure, bring it to normal. Too high, bring it to normal because it's an osmolyte. It's a regulator. It's a homeostatic regulator for a lot of things in the body as well. Even the motility, the speed of your gut can actually be either if it's too fast, it slows it down. If it's too slow, it speeds it up. It really regulates things at the proper pace. So it has this effect. We don't really understand why, but it does do it. It has this regulating effect through these signaling pathways that seem to be influenced by taurine. So interesting stuff. I wish we knew more. We understood the biochemistry a bit better, how this signaling all happens. We can see it, but we don't understand why it happens in the way it happens. So look, in the future we'll know more about it and understand it in greater detail, the mechanisms, and probably find other pathways that are involved that we're not aware of at the moment. So it will be interesting. Oops. I suspect that's her case because burping usually indicates not enough acidity. The valve doesn't actually close. The above valve, the top valve doesn't actually shut. There's not enough acidity. It's usually burping is a sign that your pH isn't low enough. Your stomach acidity is too low, and you basically the valve at the top doesn't shut. It's only when it's very high, very low, the pH, and very high the acidity in the stomach that valve automatically shuts. So if it's not shutting and you're burping and getting stuff up, it usually indicates low acidity. It's well known. But I'm saying to her that she needs to get on taurine to normalize the acidity either way if she's concerned, because that's what it does. So it can actually improve that general functioning of the stomach to bring it to the right level. And it's only going to be done if she gets on sufficient taurine to get it to work properly. There's not much other stuff that can regulate, and she should view my video that I've done on the stomach. Google my name and stomach, and you'll find the video, and it's a good video in regards to that. Alex is a true believer because he had many issues and they got resolved with more taurine. Yeah, because it actually improves the electrolytes. That's why it actually balances things out. It achieves homeostasis. That's the fantastic thing. I used to have like really bad cramps. Oh, bloody hell, I used to get bad cramps. I used to literally just, I could scream in bed from the cramps that I used to get sometimes. And I realized once I upped my taurine and it all went away. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together for some time, but I hadn't had cramps for ages. And I'm going, So I started doing a bit of research on PubMed, and I came along a whole lot of studies that showed the importance of taurine in regulating all these extracellular fluids and all these electrolytes, including calcium and many other things. And I'm going, this is interesting. So yeah, that's how I realized that taurine was the magic regulator of so many systems in the body, including the electrolytes, which eliminates those sort of problems. Jonathan, I wish other people in the carnivore community were aware of this. They're not. I don't know why they are so ignorant. And some of the raw foodies are sort of fell on it and think it's the raw food that's actually, and this is why they argue, oh, raw meat's better than cooked meat. No, you twat. It's the taurine in there that is not being overcooked and removed from the cooking methods that people are overcooking their meats and losing. But you could actually get a supplement and have you could cook meat to the death like Bart does, and he could probably improve his gut as well with taurine. Anyway, it's just the way it goes. Beef based, good to see you, mate. You asked me last time. I hope you have seen the video. I think you probably have by now, the one on taurine and lithium and stuff like that. Hope that's helped you, and I hope you're getting some traction in sort of getting all that balanced out and moving off the one and increasing your taurine levels and adjusting your meds. So, because ultimately it's an animal-based diet that's going to basically do the thing and eliminate the problem long term. Medicine, big pharma medicines are only a crutch. They don't resolve the problem, unfortunately. The leg pulling. We know. I've observed on the Zoom sessions. I know. Look, I'm bicarbonated water. I don't really get too wound up. There are plenty of people that drink bicarbonated water or non-bicarbonated and have no issue either way. I don't think it's a big problem. I think it's more to do with stomach acidity and to be properly regulated by a key regulator, which is taurine. People just don't get enough stomach acidity in all animals, not only us, all carnivores, cats, dogs, humans, lions, all carnivores have same issues. If they don't get enough, this is why they eat raw meat. These animals, they can't synthesize it. They have to get it from the raw meat. we synthesize a small amount, and that is a throwback from when we were, related to the chimps, and we never lost that. It's like a vestigial thing. But our requirements when we grew bigger brains, because to grow a big brain and to also maintain new brain cells, you need taurine. That's another reason why the brain shrinkage happens to the vagoons. One, taurine, another B12. There's a number of things that they are missing why this sort of happens. Stem cell taurine is really important in stem cells within the brain for new brain cells. So, yes, if you're a carnivore, you're going to be brainier, so to speak. Get the taurine, please. I'll pour some pork. But, yes. Cheese also varies in K2 in the time it's aged. That is a really good point. Yes, I should have made that point earlier. Good one, mate. Exactly. Yes, it can vary. That's the thing with aged Gouda. You're right. That study, it showed those different brands of Gouda. They were differently aged. Correct. Good one, man. Yes, that's exactly it. Yes. The longer the bugs are in there, yes, the more K2 they produce, menaquinone 4 and some of the other menaquinones, depending on the variety of bacteria. Also, I think my tennis elbow has improved too. Yes, it will. Yes. And you should feel warmer as well. Raw eggs for constipation relief. I have to say, I have a difficulty with the whites. And if I do it really quickly, I'm okay. But if I do it slowly, the whites really just... the yolks, I'm fine. I can swallow one yolk after another. But the whites, it's just... I don't know. Maybe it's me. But yes. But occasionally, if I do it fast enough, I can get down. I can get a couple of raw whole eggs down. But I prefer the yolks if I'm doing them raw. It's probably because beef tartare and stuff like that, I used to raw eggs, the yolk, and so I'm used to it. Sort of probably the flavor, the texture and stuff like that. With the white, I haven't had the same level of exposure from a younger age, so probably that's the reason why I'm just mentally, it's a mental thing, nothing really else. Lilith, good to see you. Hello. Oh, since the last live stream, I've spent 5 days in hospital. Well, that doesn't sound good. Diverticulitis, damn. First ever experience of this. Broken glass in the gut. Broken glass in the gut. Endless antibiotics. Broken. How did you get a piece of broken glass? Or did you snap off a piece of glass and it ended up in... Oh, that's nasty. That is nasty. Damn. Shit. Idea. I suspect you've already got your for your apoptosis, you've already got your taurine. I would increase my taurine up to 10 grams, my dear. 10 grams. And my vitamin D levels for a while a bit higher for the collagen degrading enzymes. We need to fix the problem. And you need to basically normalize your gut microbiome again because of the antibiotics. So yes, you'll need to... The taurine will help in that regard as well. So, yeah, hope you get well soon. Take care. Enemas. That would be messy, Robert. That would be messy. Raw egg enemas. Probably not. I've never done an enema. I've not, the only thing that I had probably popped up my rear end was my mother when I was a very small child. Medication for colds or really being very sick. But beyond that, I can't even remember that because I was too little. Yeah, so no. God, no. Oh, God, no. Yes, yes. Get the taurine up, my dear, get the taurine up. Yes, and small amounts of meat. Yes. Neither am I, Bert. That's too radical for me as well. He's probably been watching Salad Boy. He likes plugging things up his rear end, I hear. Yes. So he's probably, a bit of an aficionado into that sort of stuff. I'm not loving chicken or pork right now. Oh, God. Eat a steak. Stop complaining. That's why I vary my intake of different animal foods. I sometimes I'm like a Tracy, I probably get bored sometimes. Like last week, I'd had pork for a couple of days, 3 days in a row, and I said, "Oh, bugger it." And I had fish for 2 days in a row. Ch I actually, the second day, the first day I had fish just to change things, and the 5th day, I actually really got up and really felt like fish. I really want some fish today. Yeah. Yeah, so I do change things all over the place in that regard. I also do one thing that Hello Kitty actually taught me is with just beating one egg and then putting the like whether it's fish and putting it into the actual egg mix, and then having pork rind, the sort of the stuff, the unflavored pork rind they sell on iHerb, and actually putting that and then cooking it in that. Oh, really, really decadent and really nice, I have to say. Love it. And I do now even chicken breasts like that, and even other. I've done even like even patties and like a steak without the bone, but just a steak. I've done that as well. So yeah, decadent. So I've been experimenting, playing around, just making food interesting. Yes. With what she's gone through, I don't think so, Tracy. What does one say? I'll eat anything as long as it's alive. Mentioned to Bart yesterday. Anyway, I finally got the sea. Glad to have you, my friend Harry, to consult with. Learned a lot. You're welcome. Yeah, look, it's a crazy world out there, Jonathan. Really weird, some of the things that people get into and think. Um, yeah, just people that I don't know. They jump on bandwagons. Usually, if the majority of people are doing one thing, I'm not saying that it's all wrong, but in many cases, there's a lot of things that just people are going pack. They're not thinking. I usually find myself being slightly off that direction, or completely off if I think it's just wrong. Um, I'm not into the fashion. I'm just what works and what actually makes scientific, logical sense, and it's plausible. Um, so, is there a mechanism? I'm always looking for mechanisms and plausible mechanisms and stuff like that. But to most people, just I don't know. Maybe they think differently. Got no idea. But yeah, look, it's. I think we didn't when we looked at the new fangled um, jabbers, the mRNA technology and all that. When we looked at the stuff, I was looking at the oncology thing and I realized, oh shit, this is really bad. This sort of side effects and results and all that. And then, Bart was telling me that he'd spoken to a few virologist friends of his and stuff like that, and they said they weren't going to have a bar of it, and they were concerned about some of the side effects and issues that they had heard within the industry itself. You know, just look at 75 years. We're going to hide this information. I mean, give us a break. The efficacy is that between 5 and 7 years you do the trials, you work out what works and what doesn't, and you publish that information. That goes to the National Institute of Health. They know, and they can warn people and put a warning whether something has certain side effects. You don't hide it for 75 years. So, as I said, politicians indemnified these companies, and that's why they basically started doing these, operating in this extremely disgraceful way. And the moment we saw that, we said, oh, there's a problem here, how these are practicing. And from the information that was coming back from Bart, from his contacts, and then my own research into the oncology field, because even though, yes, I have a conversation with Bart, but I wanted to check it out myself. What was the real, starting to look at case studies and other things, and started to realize, hold on, there's a whole lot of evidence here, a couple of decades of evidence, and this technology doesn't really work. And it's got really bad side effects and can be catastrophic in some cases, up to 2 years in some people. And I'm going, there's a problem here. And these people are just, even if they were to justify it and say, look, we're giving it to the most vulnerable that are fragile and really old and potentially could die, like people dying from cancer, and we're going to give them an experimental thing. And I'm going, fine, you could probably justify it like that. But mass to people that are likely just to be able to survive it, you would put them at risk, is beyond the pale, to say the least, in my personal opinion. Yes. Where most people just jumped on the bandwagon. You had two groups, either a group that jumped on completely on the bandwagon, or another group of people that just made shit up. I mean, just to terrify people for clickbait, just made shit up. And I found myself in the middle without either group, which, because they neither made sense. One was basically making out there's no problem here, nothing to see, and the other was making up shit. Some of the stuff, half the stuff that they were saying, there was half a truth in that, because they had looked at similar stuff. And then the other stuff is just exaggerations and speculations, which had nothing to do with any basis for what they were saying. So, yes. And in that way, they sort of undermine the narrative of good science, where you can actually base it. My arguments are credible. I can actually back them up with research and case studies and stuff like that. What these other people were saying was just, yeah. So I think you were lucky, Jonathan, to come across people like Bart, myself, and there's a few others. There's Sean Baker and many others that realize there's a lot of bullshit here, and yeah, this isn't the way to go. There are other options, but unfortunately, we're a minority at this stage, but are growing and becoming vocal, and more people are realizing that there's a lot of bullshit and we've had enough and we want our freedoms back. So things are moving in the right direction now. I just hope things can move a bit faster. Problem is, we've still got a lot of restrictions in Australasia, particularly New Zealand is even worse than Australia, but only marginally. We've still got a lot of restrictions in parts of North America. A lot of people have lost their livelihoods, their jobs, their careers, and all sorts of things. Things that can't be rebuilt very quickly. So I feel their anger, because I'm angry as well about this sort of shit, because a lot of people's lives got destroyed when, with good nutrition and with vitamin D and taurine, you could end up being in close encounter with C19 and get a negative, and a double. I've got the other one I threw away, a double negative, and bugger all symptoms or whatever. So, and these people basically could be providing that advice to people. Vitamin D, the other one, the Ivo, that stops replication. Taurine, better nutrition, away from the kibble shit that actually makes things worse. All this sort of thing. They could have been advising people of comorbidities and stuff like that, make you more susceptible, to try and encourage people to make changes, lifestyle changes, but they didn't. All they told you is, let's just make Pfizer and Moderna very rich because our industry mates, we've got to look after them. Let's go for double and triple and quadruple Jabba the Hutts. Got to look after those poor, destitute, executives at Big Pharma. That's really struggling. These people really struggling. They really need our support. Yes, they need a bit more quid. Yes, yeah. And now they're trying to get it. Now Pfizer's trying to actually get it to the younger than 5. That's disturbing, to say the least, and really making me angry. Anyway, before I say too much and completely lose the live stream or get completely and utterly demonetized, or, I better not say anymore, but you know how I feel about this. I'm furious, angry that the things that are being done to young children. I'm furious. Yes. What a nice Gatling gun would do with some of these bastards. Yes. Say no more. Anyway, fixed my constipation with dry, hard stores. I kept increasing the fat until it came good. Exactly. Yep, because it is a lubricator. Fat is a lubricator. The biggest problem is why some people get constipation even when they increase their fat is because they don't actually produce enough bile, and the gallbladder can be an issue in causing some of these issues. But if you don't have that, you increase the fat. That's why we usually say 1-to-1 is a good way to go. Fatty cuts of meat, usually do it. Or add some butter. It's annoying, Last time I'll tell you one thing. I went to the supermarket. I was furious. Turned up, I wanted pork. And all my pork chops used to have big fat pieces of fat like that on them. And guess what? They had decided in somebody's crazy wisdom to trim all the fat of every single piece of pork there. Can you believe it? And I actually complained. I said, what the hell is this? I buy here quite a bit, and you guys have just basically thrown away part of the best nutrition. Are you guys crazy? And they go, oh, look, this is what they decided up in, And pretty much after that, I told them, look, I'm not going to buy any till you've basically sorted out. The next week, they had a whole lot there, and some of the stuff that had been trimmed off was still there. People weren't buying it. There was hardly any of the stuff with the big fat pieces. So I had to grab a few extra. That means I left nothing there for anyone else because I had to grab 4 just in case. And the following week, it all had changed back to normal. Absolute bloody idiots. This is a problem, So it was nice actually to see that when the people are stampeding into the to buy meat and stuff like that in the actual supermarkets, when everybody was panicking, toilet paper and everything else. The only stuff that you could see the plant-based crap, fake meats. There was plenty of that around. The other stuff had gone. Yes, absolutely crazy. But anyway, Woolies rectified that problem because they realised that people love their fat on their meat. So yes, it was annoying. I moaned. Yeah, take it easy, bone broths and stuff like that, and soups, yeah, and also egg soups. Remember the thing that I said? If you beat a couple of eggs and just basically, take out a bit of the actual warm water in the actual soup, put it into the eggs and mix it up so it actually comes into the same. It warms up to the same temperature, and then when you combine it, it doesn't actually become, it's loose. Becomes it can actually be combined really easy into like a sauce into the thing. Yeah, try that. Give it a go, and it'll actually create like a really nice egg soup. You'll enjoy it. I got that tip from my younger sister. Yes. She's a better cook than me. G'day, Michael. How are you? What do you think of people with gut microbiome issues would benefit from steering clear of coffee and caffeine? I didn't. I just got my taurine levels up and it sorted everything out. So I think, Michael, those key animal nutritions, your gut, I took basically Lactobacillus reuteri, which was that Swedish strain, and I took Metaflora, which is a German strain, and basically also taurine at much higher doses, and eventually it normalizes my gut and fixed it. So even though I was drinking coffee, so I don't think it really has much of an issue if you can actually sort out, because taurine actually re-regulates all these systems: your stomach, your gut motility, the gut acidity. It normalizes and regulates all this sort of stuff. So we just don't get enough of it because we overcook our meat and we lose a lot of the taurine in the fluids and all that. So yes, very important. See, the old people used to keep all the fluids and stuff like that and use them in stock and stuff like that because they never lost the taurine. Yes. They used to put in other things. So really important. Now we can just supplement taurine. So, another option. I suffered acute pancreatitis for some years. I'm 52 years old and been carnivore capers nearly 4 weeks now. You're still new to it. Now, pancreatitis has not come back as of yet. Keen to see a protocol on pancreatitis. I would say get taurine levels up. That usually sorts out pancreas as well. It's magic stuff, believe me. It's in the fluids of meat. We just overcook our meat and lose a lot of it, unfortunately. That's why the raw foodies get actually better digestion. I've heard people argue we should take magnesium supplements for life because our ancestors drank magnesium-rich water from streams and we filter ours these days and lose magnesium. Garbage, Robert, absolute garbage. If you look at tribal people, they didn't do that. That's just nonsense. People just come up with shit all the time. They actually come up with shit. Let me just put it like that. They come up with shit because they are idiots. Absolute fucking idiots is the way to describe them. Mary actually went with traditional Mary Ruddock in Africa with these people. They don't drink water. They hydrate with fat. They get their magnesium from food. They get sufficient taurine from the animal foods that regulate and hold on to magnesium and potassium in their intracellular areas. Actually, I'll see if I've got time to do that bloody video next week and you'll understand what I mean, how it works. This is nonsense. People do not. The excretion rate of magnesium is 120 milligrams, and we basically, about 20 goes into the feces and the rest goes through the kidneys. And actually the kidneys can recycle. If they've got more taurine in the system, they will recycle more magnesium back into the system. If they've got less taurine, they'll recycle less. You'll lose more. So taurine even plays a role how much gets recycled and kept in the system, because it actually is the osmolyte that actually makes sure that more you filter and then put it back in those intracellular space where it needs to, in basically the cells, pretty much that and potassium, plus with a bit of sodium, because sodium does play an important role in the electron chain as well. So too little sodium can be a problem because you need sodium in basically your blood vessels, and if you don't have enough sodium in your blood vessels because you don't need enough salt, what happens is it steals from the cells. It will take from the cells sodium. What happens then? the electron chain doesn't work as well, your energy production. Yes, I know. This is the craziness of people, scared of certain types of minerals like salt, plus scared of enough protein to basically get enough taurine to basically regulate these systems so they don't have a problem. Yeah, it's all nonsense, Robert. Absolutely just garbage and excrement. When I hear, my eyes roll when I hear low carbers or keto people say, oh, you need electrolytes. I go, yeah. So where did your ancestors get electrolytes? Give us a fucking break. Absolute nonsense, these people. And even Mary, she went around, they were having bottles of water with them. And these people get out there for hours, no bottled water whatsoever. And she actually said, where do you get your water? I said, oh, if we really need water, we just go to these leaves here and we grab the leaves and press on the leaves and get some moisture out of them. Like the Kalahari, and it's low deuterium because it's, due to photosynthetic effect, it knocks out the neutrons and basically makes it low deuterium water. It's actually quite low. It's even lower than fat, that water in those leaves. So, if you put a plastic bag around part of a tree and allow it to force the fluids out into the plastic, it's a survival technique, where it will perspire and actually lose a lot of water, the actual leaves in that with a plastic bag, and it ends up that water in there. That water is very low deuterium. It's even lower than fat. So yeah, you can drink that. It's perfect. It can be down to 100 something, even lower, 100. I think it's 110-ish. Can be lower slightly, depends. So, and these people don't consume that. They hydrate with fat from the animals. And because they've got their antidiuretic hormones upregulated, because they're not constantly guzzling down water, and they're not taking in deuterium. So when you've got low deuterium, your system doesn't need to basically dump so much deuterium water out. That's why when people are eating too many carbohydrates, their deuterium levels of their urine can be as high as 600 parts per million. So people like Cole that drink his urine, he's an idiot. He's damaging his mitochondria. He's probably, because he's eating fruit and stuff like that, that is concentrated, has the highest levels of deuterium. Fruit is the worst. He's drinking something that's probably anywhere between 4 to 600 parts per million. The safe zone is 130. And where is basically, for instance, things like, seed oils, 255. So you can imagine if you're drinking urine, how worse it is. It's even worse than seed oils in terms of deuterium and damaging to your mitochondria. I tell you, people do all sorts of crazy things in this world. They believe in all sorts of crazy things due to ignorance, and just they follow fashions. They've heard it so many times, they believe it. They've never looked into it to research it. Usually when you guys ask me certain things and I haven't looked into it, I go, don't know enough about it. It may seem plausible, may not. I may speculate, but I'll tell you that I'm speculating. But if I've looked into it, I'll tell you it's crap. And I can tell you these things that people talk about is absolutely crap. I look at even current ancestors that still have seasonal starch and stuff like that. And they basically do not take water with them. They're not guzzling down magnesium stuff. The taurine recycles and keeps more of the potassium and magnesium in their system. And so they need less, even though they're getting more than enough beyond the excretion rate. And it's usually carbohydrates that require higher magnesium, higher thiamine, higher everything, excluding riboflavin, for carbohydrate metabolism. So it's nonsense, especially for us carnivores or low carbers, but it amuses me. I've actually said to one person that actually asked me, was doing keto, and I said, just take a taurine supplement, see how you go. They came back and said, my electrolyte issue's gone. I go, oh, wonderful, isn't it? Maybe if you ate a bit more meat, you wouldn't have this problem other than listening to your guru friends. Yes, I rubbed it in a bit, but you know, I just get sick and tired of that bullshit. Because they harm too many people and cause too many people too much grief for them. There's no need, you know. So I've heard of none. So if you're getting enough taurine, you shouldn't have a problem. Fermented vegetables. What do I think? God. Look, I do when I'm at Dad's place. I do basically have some pickled on. This is once a fortnight. I will have pickled cucumbers, and sometimes he's made his own. My brother has sauerkraut. I used to have a bit in the past. It's okay. I've sort of removed that. Remember, even things like yogurt and milk, kefir and stuff like that, they're fermented things as well. You don't need plants for ferment. I sort of stick to kefir if I'm going to do fermented stuff. And I sometimes get, those drinks that I get sometimes. You've seen me drinking those drinks, which have got the kombucha drinks, and they've got a certain types of probiotic strains of different types. That's the sort of stuff I sort of will get, but I don't bother with sauerkraut and kimchi and stuff like that anymore. But I'm not, like hostile towards them. I see plants as more for medicinal reasons, as medicine, as a probiotic and stuff like that. I don't see them as food. In no way do I see them as food, and I always don't see them in large amounts. If you too much, can be a problem. Can be a problem in that regard. So, yes. I think the biggest issue with gut issues. I mean, Alex is a person who's had a lot of issues, and he resolved that with taurine. It's really important. All the research points to the importance of taurine in properly. Yeah, and that's usually what it is. It's fiber doing damage, stuff like that. And it's usually pre-existing damage and all that. The problem is people don't get enough fat-soluble vitamins into their diet, and enough taurine into their diet. All these things really are helping to repair and fix this sort of stuff. But if you don't get it into your diet, it's a problem. Since going low carb, transition back to strict carne again. Eczema has flared up on my skin. I'm determined not to use steroid creams on this. Is it just a healing crisis? I don't know. It could be, may not be. What were you doing in the low carb state? Were you doing anything? Were you doing any probiotics? Were you doing any other stuff in that regard? Technically speaking, you shouldn't be getting this sort of stuff. It usually goes away in any low carbohydrate state. That sort of stuff. Eczema is really, are you getting enough fat soluble vitamins or niacin? Because usually skin issues are related to either niacin deficiency or fat soluble vitamin deficiency of one sort or another. Can be an issue because it's really derangements of collagen. Eczema is really an overproduction of matrix metalloproteinase from the liver, MMPs. So something's causing it. Is there something in the foods that you're actually consuming that can trigger these things, or insufficiency in terms of fat soluble vitamins? So you've shifted to a low carb. Have you removed the dairy, which may have been your primary source of fat soluble vitamins, and now you've gone to more muscle meat? You're not eating, you know what I mean? So that could be an issue. because a lot of people tend to basically buy general supermarket meat, which doesn't have enough fat. So you don't get enough fat soluble vitamins, which can be an issue. So depends. It definitely is. Yep. It takes time to heal. It took me a couple of years, when I've had all the fibrosis and the glassing in my lungs and, in the left lung, that is, and, the heart issues and all that. It took a number of years. And so 2010, 2018, we're talking about 8 years before I actually saw zero, my last scan on my heart, zero fibrosis. And then about 18 or 90%, I can't remember exactly what the figure was that my doctor told me on because my lung was completely glassed. They thought it may go cancerous. And with the taurine, that was a bonus. I did it for the heart, but then the bonus was that I realized fibrosis gets broken down with taurine, and then the lung itself actually healed. And so now I'm down to about 19 or 18%. I still need to go and do the other test to see whether it's gone to zero. So hopefully my lung capacity seems to improve. So I'm hoping that's the case. I'd be annoyed if it hasn't. But I have come down from 6 grams that I was doing down to about 3. Now I've gone back to 4 because of C19. If it basically is stable, I'll go back to 6 because I want to get rid of all the lung fibrosis if there's any left. So I'd be annoyed if there still was some there. But anyway, it'll also be a learning curve for me because it'll teach me that maybe there is a certain level of requirement before you get a therapeutic dose. So we'll see. But I do have very good lung capacity. So even with the youngsters, I was going up the hillside really faster than they couldn't even keep up with me. I'm just hoping that it's all resolved. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just hoping. If not, okay, I'll have to go back to consuming. I guess I like to do it once a day. I do 11 o'clock. I do my taurine, everything just once a day. If I have to go back to 6 grams, I'll have to split it 3 and 3. Just extra work. Yeah, I can be lazy like that sometimes. So, yeah. Anyway, shit happens if it is the case. Anyway, I'll find out soon enough. Three days ago on prime time in public German TV, we ate 1 kilogram of meat a week on average, but it should be a fifth of this or 1 has to be very highly probability of colon cancer. Incredible BS. Who pays them? Yeah, I wonder. It's just crazy. I mean, here's the Bushman of the Kalahari doing 3.92 grams per kilo of body weight. So they're nearly doing 200 grams of protein. So we're looking at most meat has around about 23. When you're looking at a lot of wild meat in terms of protein, there's a lot of water in there. So because of arid environment, they have to keep more water in the intracellular. So 200, 23 times, doing about nearly 870 grams, nearly a kilo. So nearly 900 grams on average, that is, sometimes more. which is basically nearly 2 pounds. It's nearly 2 pounds, these of meat. And they've got no problems at multiple generations. This is research that Lauren Cordain did. So it is absolutely nonsense. Here's population that doesn't engage the Randall cycle. Well, now they live in shanty towns and prostituting their wives because they've been kicked off and their land has been turned into reservations. So it's a different story. But when they were researching them a few decades ago, they didn't have these problems. They were out in the wild, keeping the different animals under control. Now a lot of those wild environments are being degraded because there's no predator there to keep the certain animals under control. So yes, environmentalists got no idea about environments, only their ivory tower bullshit. Like nutrition. Yes, and these people are eating massive amounts. Yes, and I remember their study with the rats. Bacon, giving them bacon, cured meat, bacon, actually inhibited the cancer in the colon. And that was in a rat. It's an omnivore. It's just nonsense. This is just all from epidemiology. They're promoting this sort of garbage. It's just all based on junk epidemiology. There's no basis for it. I challenge these people all the time and go, show me one bloody study and I'll hand you $1,000 actually that shows mechanism. They can't show me half a study, let alone one. It's just basically nonsense. It's garbage. It annoys. Good girl, you need it. Excellent, thanks. Not a problem, Ocean Sea. We'll get some tomorrow. I'm on no meds. Good. I overcook meat. Yes, not a good thing. Started gluten-free maybe 10 years ago. Good idea. Keto 5 to 6 years ago. Then paleo 80% carnivore 2 years with bad carb binges. And now you're off it. But overcooking is a problem still in the carnivore community. A lot of people overcook their meat. They lose a lot of taurine, which is very essential for proper functioning, especially when they're eating more meat. You need better stomach acidity to be able to, to get the nutrition you need. Where with plants and stuff like that, you don't need as low a pH, because plants, even around about 3.5, a pH of 3.5, you can still absorb certain things. But for meat, you need to go down to 1.5 or lower. And that means you need good stomach acid. And if you're not producing enough, you're not going to basically be absorbing properly, and you're going to have a lot of, undigested proteins and all sorts of things. Not a good thing. So really important. You're on the right path, mate, and you're welcome. Yeah, it's ridiculous. These these guys that are 70 kilos, the Bushmen of the Kalahari, when they did the study back then, 70 kilos, 154 pounds, and they were doing nearly a kilo of meat a day, not a week, a day, 7 times that. Yeah, it's just bullshit. And they think even this is high. This is the lunacy of it. No wonder sarcopenia, osteoporosis, all these muscle wasting, and all these sort of things are on the rise globally. Ridiculous. Exactly. They are in terms of association. Obviously, you can't lock people up and do clinical long-term studies. That's the problem. You can't. You've got rat studies that show that when you give them high, because they're a mammal, and chimpanzees and all that, which probably have got greater validity in one sense, when you give them basically high vitamin D levels, gut issues go away. So, yes, it resolves a lot of these sort of issues because it's a collagen thing, and it's the matrix metalloproteinases being deranged and not being regulated properly. So when the matrix metalloproteinases that regulate collagen in the gut and in other tissues, the lungs again is MMP9 and 2 in the lungs. There's in the gut there's 9, 2, I think 7 as well. There's another one I can't remember. Anyway, and yeah, they are the other one's slightly regulated where I think menaquinone 4 plays a role there, plus retinol in the other one. So there's a couple of that are more retinol dependent, others that are more vitamin D dependent, some of them that are both dependent, and some of them, yeah, there are variations in that regard. Yes, very much so, very much so. Carnage and pure joy of eating carnivore bone marrow. First, you'd have to run, find a hiding space, and then come up with a plan. Yes, chemo doesn't help. It does a lot of mitochondrial damage, and you would have been using taurine, which is chemoprotective. So, unfortunately, you wouldn't have known that at that stage. So, we've had a chat on that together. So, not breastfed. My mum put me on carnation milk. Oh, God. Was vegetarian. Bloody hell. Low fat, lots of stupid under eating to keep slim in my 20s and 40s, but healing to do having Hashimoto's, high levels, white blood cells. Ask. I've helped a fellow called Luke Gear, who does come on my channel now and then. Lukey, actually, Bart had him on recently, and he was talking about how he resolved. I sort of helped him with, explaining to him that he needs to get his vitamin D levels up to the 80 nanograms per milliliter or 200 millimoles per liter. You need to get them up to that in order to basically turn off or turn on all 1200 plus genes. Vitamin D, if you take a look at studies in PubMed, it's highly associated with Hashimoto's thyroiditis and all sorts of other autoimmunity. That's why when you get up to that level and you get in the animal foods, because he went, pure carnivore and combined the two, he resolved the issues because of the extra taurine coming in, that plays a role as well. And he resolved his thyroid issues. He also got more selenium in there, things like that, which are also important. And pretty much all these issues have resolved now. So he's been able to build muscle where before he couldn't build muscle very easily. So now he can build really good muscles much easier. So he no longer feels all that cold and all those other issues. Also, the other thing that actually people notice when they do take taurine supplementation, they feel warmer. It actually makes you warmer. It actually improves your internal heat. You no longer feel cold like you did in sort of vegetarian, low carb diets and stuff like that. Makes a big difference. Proves your internal thermostat, very much so. That's what kept the old caveman warm in those difficult times. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. Hopefully, you're able to manage that now and sort and transition yourself slowly, reducing the dependence on the meds. Yeah, I was surprised. I thought it was only the blood pressure stuff. When I first, I knew about the blood pressure stuff, and I always mentioned it about the issue with blood pressure meds and stuff like that. But I had no idea that lithium was an issue in terms of accumulating it, preventing the excretion of it. So it surprised me because it didn't affect anything else. And I was surprised. I'm going, it usually creates homeostasis with all other minerals and electrolytes. It improves even iron metabolism. So people with hemochromatosis and stuff like that, with taurine, actually resolve that as well. And I'm going, why it's doing it with all the other minerals? Why has it a different effect on lithium? I was quite surprised when I came across that research. And I'm going, I missed that one. So, I got the blood pressure meds and everything else. It's just one thing that I missed. I'm going, yes, we all miss something now and then. Yes, I was surprised, but I don't think. I think I've pretty much covered everything else because I literally went through trying to find all sorts of other mineral combinations for taurine and all that. I spent about a couple of hours trying to find anything else that I missed. I couldn't find anything else. I think I've hammered it down to two things: lithium and blood pressure meds. So, and that's because of the osmolyte effect that's actually causing some of these issues, and has to do with the difference between the ions because of the way the positive and negative ions of some of the other minerals and stuff like that work slightly different. And I just wasn't aware of that lithium could be that it could accumulate, so it would slow down the excretion rate. So I was quite surprised. Let's put it that way, beef based. But anyway, I'm surprised that nobody else out there has actually picked up on it. I haven't seen anything else. So I mean, it's sometimes like obscure research I sometimes come across, and I'm going, why has nobody seen this? I mean, I remember finding a couple of old studies, like 1930s, 1920s and stuff like that, where people have picked up on certain things and it never got quoted again. Nobody ever looked into it again. It never got cited, because if an academic doesn't cite another study, that study gets less citations, and the less citations just drops off the radar. People forget about it, and other things get more citations, and a lot of that knowledge is lost. It's a bit like after the Second World War, a lot of the knowledge the German physicians had in terms of hormones and all that all got lost. It was also the English speaking. They won the war. The CIC, calories in, calories out nonsense, what took over, and the hormone system was forgotten until very later, when certain low carb doctors started going back and looking at the literature and realized, hold on, there's some really good German research that looked at the hormone systems and actually found all these things. And then all these things which they couldn't understand why these strange things were occurring, it just didn't match the data very well. And then when they looked at these, they realized, okay, so sometimes you have to really go back. Even old studies can be very, let's say, informative, because obviously, though, that information wasn't too old, but sometimes it can be very old and nobody's looked at it for years. It's just dropped off the radar completely. In the early years, I was doing a lot of things on minerals and vitamins and stuff like that. People don't do that anymore. Sometimes you have to go back to those old studies to really find out some of that information, good information in regards to micronutrients. So it's, but a lot of that's forgotten. Sometimes it's hard to get. There's been a couple of studies that I've wanted to get, but I just can't get. I can find them, but I can't get the actual stuff. I'd even be willing to pay for it. I really want them so much, but I just cannot find them. They're really difficult. Bit of a problem. Yes. What do you do? Anyway, I'm going to flute through. Oh, yeah, bugger it. I'm going to go for another. Might as well do another extra. We've got 3 hours and 20 minutes. We'll go to 4 hours. Yep. Why not? It's not as if I'm doing anything tomorrow. I do have to get up to go to the dry cleaners. That's about it. But bit of a walk later. So, yeah. Stuff like that. Yes. Good man. You need taurine to get some more of those hair. Get a hairy chest, mate. Get a hairy chest. You want to improve your status, your testosterone status, and you want to lower that stuff that takes away your hair, that DHT. You know, taurine does that as well. Did you know that? You'll be lathering yourself in taurine, won't you? I can see that, to get all that chest hair, so you can just play with it. Anyway, let's move on with frivolities. But that is true about taurine, about that as well, about hair. You know, it does improve your look. You know, look. You know, look at my hair. Look how good it is. And remember, I've got genetics, and all my cousins are bald on my father's side. I've got genetics for baldness, and my cousin Harry, he's got the same name as me. Yeah, I know. And he's basically bald. He's got a lot of bald patches. My grandfather had receding hair. My father has a lot of patches and stuff like that. So yeah, it actually has reduced. His hair has become thicker now that he's got more taurine. Taurine helps to thicken your hair as well. I'll tell you, what else doesn't it do? Just, you know, if it basically won me some money, it'd be a great supplement. I'll put 50 bucks on taurine. Let's go for the roulette wheel. It doesn't work. But yes, it's great stuff. Yes. Got alopecia, take taurine. Eat a steak, basically. God, yeah, we've got the dimming effect because we're past the 9:30 effect. Yes, circadian rhythm adjustments in this household. So yes, we are adjusted in that regard. Yes, this young fellow needs his good circadian adjustment so he can get his good sleep like a good baby. Alicia, good to see you. Yes, yes. Oh, you went for the Jarrow one, did you? Oh, luckily. Jarrow's not too bad. I prefer that other one. It's a much better brand, personally. I've actually will have a video covering that exact point. I'll give you a tip. Taurine plays a big role in improving that sort of side, and you'll understand when you see that video of mine, which will have to do with the gut thing. Should be, we'll see. Should be either the end of this week or early next week when that will come out, and that will explain everything. I don't want to give too much away in that regard, but if you need to order taurine, if you need to basically sort that out, again, you know, these people that say, oh, you don't need too much meat. Actually, too much lack of meat is the problem because we're not getting enough taurine in the diet. Too much overcooking of meat and not enough taurine to deal with histamines and other issues. Anyway, but that's another story, and that will be hopefully, it'll be out. Hold on, which? Okay, now which? So Okay, so I've got that one, 161, 160. So that will be an off one in the evening. Okay, so that's Monday morning, Tuesday morning, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It will have to be next week on Monday for the other one. Yeah, because it's 168, which is the next one. Otherwise, yeah. Okay, so it won't be the end of the week. It'll be it will be the next Monday, not this Monday, next Monday, in my schedule of videos that I'm doing, because it'll be number 168. Yeah, so yeah, it is what it is. They're in that order that I'm doing them, because I have to post-process them and all that takes time. Anyway, it is a very good price, and it's a good brand. It's actually, the people that actually developed it are people who have a sort of a, come from a sort of a vegetarian type background that developed the company. And so they had, to create really good supplement products. So it's a good, no fillers, no nothing. It's just actually, because it's unbound, free form, exactly the way it is in the water parts of the animal food, which is exactly how we want it. So it has the sort of the right structure, the right way to be absorbed properly by the body, without any real enzymatic requirements to cleave off something that may be bound to it. So yes, why less energy inputs? Leave that energy for repair and maintenance of the body. That extra energy. Yeah, so it's that's why I use that one, Robert. And it is a better price. It's actually on special. But since I've got quite a bit, I'm not going to order. So you guys go for the special in that regard. And it's this one here. And if you can't find it, that's on iHerb at the moment. It's cheaper. Wee cheaper. Angel, good to see you. Do you always take taurine with meals, or do you take it on empty stomach as well? I take it on an empty stomach. Usually, if people are having issues, I usually recommend that they take it with a meal in that regard. So if they're having 2 meals, take 3 and 3 in terms of grams with each meal, 2 to 3 grams. And over time, their stomach acidity will improve in that regard. But I usually now just take it on around about the same time that I have my first sort of snack type. It's not a meal, it's a snack type in a sense. Yeah. But that's just because I'm lazy. I just like to do it in one hit. L-citrulline, this, that. I take the whole lot and then, then I'll have beef jerky and something like that. More for convenience. But when I was before, I was basically taking with each meal and stuff like that. That was all deliberate with extra salt and stuff like that, just to get all that sort of working properly. But I would take it before, slightly before, about a half an hour before, and then I'd have the meal, not with the actual meal, but slightly before in that regard, just to improve things. But I'm not, I'm not convinced that you have to be as strict as that anymore. So yeah, I sort of am over 30% of the sort of the food intake. So of my food intake, my protein tends to be anywhere between 30 to 40%, and the rest is fat primarily. In that regard, sometimes I go slightly higher to a 1-to-1 in that regard. So in that regard, but we don't use basically, Bert, we do not use heat as a measure. Yes. By using the word kilocalories, you can sort of, the amount, but yeah. I tend to actually consume far more protein than many others in the kind of, I'm a bit more like, Sean Baker is a more, meat heavy. And when you're eating meat, you probably get about 1-to-1. So in that regard, and so if you're looking at that, it tends to be like when you go to 1-to-1, if you go on the kilocalorie thing, as they say, let's just, I'll just share, makes more sense. So let's go on the bullshit kilocalorie. So let's say you go for 1 by 1. Let's say 100 grams of fat. That's 900. If it's basically, so 100 grams and 100 grams, 100 grams would be 900 kilocalories. And there would be in the other one 400 kilocalories. The reality is it's basically every gram of protein is 4.44 to be accurate. And the amount in 9.3 for omega 3s, which we don't oxidize, that's DHA, is 9.3. Things like linoleic acid, which is an omega 6, is 9.1. And because most of our seed oils and linoleic acid from plants, that's why we use the 9. That's really why we use the 9. When you look at basically something like, in terms of, this is in a bomb calorimeter, how much heat do we get? Because that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about energy here. If you basically put in a bomb calorimeter something like cocoa butter, it's 5.5, not 9, 5.5 kilocalories in a bomb calorimeter. This is what I'm saying. It's all nonsense, the calories. It's just absolute nonsense. It makes no sense. Different fatty acids have different kilocalories in terms of a bomb calorimeter. How much heat will they produce? It's nonsense. So I just ignore that. I just go on a 1-to-1 basis, 1 gram, 1 gram. In that regard, that would turn out, if you were, like 900 plus or 40, and then we went to the 440 divided by that, it'd be about 33%. 33% of the volume, not the energy, the volume of food you intake is made of protein. The volume of food. You could say based on a bomb calorimeter thing, which is irrelevant. The reality is, I just ignore all this bullshit and I just say I take 1-to-1 what is in an animal food, and I get enough energy, and a certain part of that stearic acid will go through a reverse electron transport and actually biosynthesize more mitochondria. So it's not even used, part of it, to actually as oxidized for energy purposes. So it's just, and if you put too much, you can actually cause some uncoupling. So it's just ridiculous. The body doesn't work like that in calories. So I stick to 1-to-1, and I usually have for men, 1-to-1 in terms of grams, 1 gram fat, 1 gram protein for women, 1.2, slightly more, 20% more in terms of 1.2 grams in terms of fat, and 0.8 in terms of the protein part, slightly less. Of that is because I've got different muscle skeletal requirements and different fat storage requirements also for the endocrine system. So yeah, I consider yourself lucky that the bald man here isn't here and telling you that he'd put you in a bomb calorimeter and light you alive and see what your kilocalories in heat are. Consider yourself lucky. Look, when we talk about excess energy, we're talking about actual energy that the body's going to use. And that can vary so much between people. It can vary from basically Harry's going to be confused at when he gets down to here. Am I? Jonathan. And basically, the reality is our bodies do not work as bomb calorimeters and can vary. When we take fat in, when we take anything in, hormones are regulating. Storage capacity is going to be different. My storage capacity is going to be different to you, Bert. And so how much fat you can take in and store, how much you can put away, how much you can oxidize, what's your mitochondrial density. As you can see, these calorie things are just nonsense, because basically our bodies are very complicated systems and have genetic differences, rate limiting enzymes. How much my system can do compared to your system can be very different. And what my system could do 10 years ago compared to now can be very different. There are so many variations. That's why it's nonsense. And we know that hormones and a whole lot of other systems are at play. Take a look at Bart. He consumes more food and actually loses weight. Got it? He basically consumes more and loses weight, consumes less and puts on weight. Is it calories? No, it's just nonsense. And then you've basically got people that calorie restrict, that actually their basal metabolic rate comes down. And other people like that young British, it was a young bloke. I think he was in his 20s. He's probably now in his 30s. And he did an experiment where he did 5,000 calories of saturated fat. He just ate shitloads of fat and basically lost massive amounts of weight. Got it? It all has to do with hormones, all has to do with regulatory systems. Absolutely nothing. I don't follow any of this calories and shit or anything or protein, right? I eat, if I basically, I eat fatty meat, cuts of meat. And if I basically want to do a cut, so I will drive up my intake, like the priming. And I've said this before. You've heard me. I think even in my second or third video, this is well over 2 years now. What did I say to people? When you want to lose weight, you actually increase your intake of nutrients, which is what they call priming now, but I just called it as increase in nutrients. And then you do a cut, not in the protein part, but in the fat part. So you can actually use more. So you can actually make yourself fat adapted, really make you force the body to actually start increasing its both uncoupling, but also its usage of that excess energy. So it forces the metabolism up. And what happens as a consequence, when you do the cut, you've still got excess, you've got enough protein coming in, and you've got fat on your body and fat still from the food, but slightly less. And the body's basically, as long as it's got fat stores, you're not in rabbit, you've got enough fat coming in to not cause rabbit starvation, enough fat on your body to oxidize. And as a consequence, you cut. This is how the old bodybuilders used to do it. They used to eat shitloads of dairy, a lot of fats and stuff. As they were bulking up, they used to have all these big creams of shitloads of eggs and cream and dairy and gallons and gallons of milk. This is how the old bodybuilders do it, with steak and eggs and all that. And then when they cut, they took all the dairy out and just did the steak and eggs. So basically they cut. It's how it's been done for a long time. It's nothing new. What these boys are doing now is exactly what bodybuilders have been doing, but slightly different for a long time. Forget about calories. Irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant. Don't waste your time. It's too much effort as well, counting this and counting that. God. Too hard. Not that difficult, Bert. Not that difficult. Exactly, Bjorn. You said it, mate. It's exactly it. Yeah, exactly. Like Nick's talking about, he's lowering his intake. The body needs nutrition. The problem is it doesn't need the carbohydrates to cause an engagement of the Randall cycle. That's when you get into problems. When you basically only eat protein and fat, you increase that, your body actually starts working better. Yes. It's terrible that you have to consume 1,500 plus calories just to maintain weight. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's hormone driven. Your glucagon is going to be higher. Your insulin is going to be lower. We know this. People with diabetes 1, type diabetes 1, who've got no insulin, you can feed them. A whole table of food. They can stuff themselves with food. You can pour down sugar, fats, everything to a bestiality. I mean, they can be sitting there just drinking raw cream, raw, with full of sugar in it. Now, we're talking about 10,000, 20,000 calories, kilocalories, and still not put any weight because there's no insulin. So no signaling to, and they'll just piss it all out. They'll piss it all out and all that. They'll be pissing out ketones and sugar like there's no tomorrow out of their system because they can't store it. They can't signal to store it. You need, and the higher the gradient in terms of insulin sort of engagement due to happening from the Randall cycle engagement, only then will it go high where glucagon is suppressed and insulin goes very high. That's what you get from a mixed diet, from a very mixed diet. And these why some of these bodybuilders end up becoming muscular fat. They can't really lose that because they can't take until they have to take it's only when, and you know what, in the end they've learned from the old bodybuilders to take out all the energy to cut, but they feel ravenous because the old bodybuilders used to use steak and eggs, so they were still getting energy. They just took out all the dairy and stuff like that, the excess. They were cutting back just on a higher protein based, and they cut and leaned, and that was the sort of difference. But they weren't ravenous right after. These guys now, it's really unhealthy. They really lose rapidly, and then they go on a binge right after competition. They stack on the weight like mad. It's extremely unhealthy. So they don't know what they're doing. It's just crazy. Nick, okay, is it possible that carbohydrate tolerance depends on sex? Many women have a high tolerance since they accumulate more fat than men. Yeah, it's generally been theorized that, hunter and gatherer days, that women had a better tolerance in that regard. Yep. But there's no scientific proof. And even in the N15 data, it's very confusing when it comes to women. in the really paleo days of really the glacial periods, it wasn't the case. So in the interglacial period, we noticed slightly more, but that's just availability more than anything else. So they probably do have slightly better tolerance, but not necessarily that it's, the best thing. It's just basically humans are opportunistic in an environment where there's a very little energy available to access in terms of food. You have to put in a lot of effort to get it. Yeah, I that's right, Bjorn. I mean, you're one of those guys that actually has jumped on that. I've actually struggled to try and get people to eat more, to get themselves healthier, to build stronger bones, musculoskeletal structures. People have massive deficiencies in protein, and it's just a bloody struggle as well. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Vince exactly did that, steak and eggs for getting ripped and not gaining weight. Exactly. That's exactly how they did it. It's nothing new. This is well known. It's been done for a very long time, So it's crazy. It's really, it's anyway, yeah. I sort of amuse myself sometimes, Bjorn. I really amuse myself. I sometimes listen to people with the CICO nonsense, and I go, God damn. Oh, what is he? Bloody hell, he's a big boy. Shit. God. Big bloody boy. Towering over us all. What a bird saved before I jumped on it. I do some chicken drumsticks. Yeah, I don't mind actually the old drumstick as well. Yes. Actually, Hello Kitty actually gave me two. She cooked up some. I've got it in the fridge. I'll probably have it tomorrow because I had plenty of food today. I go from some days where I'm really ravenous, I'll just eat and eat. And sometimes I'm just like today, it's sort of probably because I'm sitting around. I usually do a bit more effort, but yeah, because I am sitting around talking to you lovely people. So, as you can understand. Anyway, none of good sources to prefer if it is how much corn and soy feed to pigs passes those oils to humans when eating pork. Irrelevant. Remember, even if you take, even when we take, we will convert the linoleic acid into arachidonic acid. Pigs can do the same thing. So they tend to have more arachidonic acid. I actually did a video that actually showed the profile. Even some of the foraging pigs had more linoleic acid than some of the actual non-foraging ones. It's the bodies of animals that have got detox pathways and a lot of similar, they can actually alter some of this sort of stuff. And at the end of the day, those fats are still stable. Remember, the other studies that I showed, let me sort out Bert. The studies that I showed, the ones on in terms of the fats cooking up to, remember the one that was about 30 hours that to get some above trace levels. Up to 2 hours you can cook, which I don't recommend because it's going to be, you're going to lose a lot of taurine. So I don't recommend people cook their meat that long. But basically, still you've got trace elements. And if you're in a low carbohydrate state where you've got beta glutathione and you're recycling vitamin C and vitamin E, the complex of vitamin E that's inside the bilayers, you know what? It's going to be a zero issue whatsoever because it's going to basically electron donor and stabilize that tissue because it's got trace levels. And at a low carbohydrate state, your intracellular antioxidants are upregulated. So it's a non-issue. Unless you cook it for 30 hours. That's when you get that's when you cease to have trace elements in it, slightly higher, but still even lower than all the oils that were cooked for 2 hours. That shows there is something, the way the fats are bound in the matrix of the animal, that are stable. We don't understand why, but when we do the experiments, we only get trace amounts of aldehydes and primary and secondary oxidative products, traces, which the body can deal with at those very low levels. Exactly why we know it happens because we've done the experiments, but we don't know why. So it's interesting. Let alone if you have a product which you cook it to medium rare or rare. You got Buckley's chance. Forget about trace elements, but basically nothing to basically be concerned of. So it's just nonsense. Even when you cook for 2 hours your meat, you're still going to get trace elements. So it's a non-issue. I wouldn't be worried at all. Absolutely nothing. And the source, who cares? Basically the animal will just convert it. It'll end up with maybe slightly more linoleic acid, maybe. But if you're getting DHA and the DHA you're not getting ALA, it doesn't have to be converted. You leave that pathway open, it'll all convert to arachidonic acid and you won't have to worry about it anyway. It's a non-issue. And the body does fine with a bit of, linoleic acid, as long as it's not coming from plants which are not protected in this way and are going through a refinery and are stuffed up completely and are not in a real food and, yes, highly rancid, oxidized, and full of aldehydes. That's a different product altogether. That's the one that's causing a lot of the health problems, and high in deuterium as well. Double that nearly of sugar. So it's shit. Anyway, and high deuterium damages our mitochondria. Yes. Harry has a video on the omegas in animal fats. Nothing to worry about. Yep, exactly. Thanks, Ness. Yep. There's not one. I've got a couple of them. So there's plenty of information. People just need to look. Type in Harry Serpanos and PUFA. And if you go and look at that PUFA videos with Harry Serpanos, that was when the Ray Peat guys and people like Salad Boy were talking a whole lot of nonsense. That's why I created those videos back then, for that reason. I've never drunken rainwater in my life. What do you mean you never? Haven't you been out in the rain? I mean, how aren't you adventurous, Stefan? Haven't you been out in the rain and put your hands like that and just grabbed water and drunk it? I have. Plenty of times. I actually, even in winter, I go for walks. I'll put a raincoat on and I'll go out. Nothing. Rain, shine, snow, wind, whatever. Doesn't matter. Whatever circumstance, I'll go out. Like a tribal man with my spear, I'll just go for a walk. And I'll do a couple of sprints here and there. Short sprints, like any tribal person would do when they were hunting an animal. So just walking, no jogging, no sprinting continuously. That's not good for the... But then again, I do consume enough taurine to prevent left ventricular hypertrophy, so I'm not too concerned. But still, I do it the more natural way. I've never... Yes, exactly, and that as well. Yeah, it is. Well, if you're eating animal food, you should be getting sufficient micronutrients, trace minerals and stuff like that. You should be, technically speaking. So there are many people for years and years that have basically lived off rainwater, so without any problems. It's actually got a good ionic profile as well. So It doesn't seem to cause any problems. From what I've seen, I've never seen any research showing anything negative in that regard. But obviously, alpine water is pretty good as well. It's got a lot of trace minerals, alpine water. This is this stuff, the Evian, that I use. Even when I put it and I leave it, like at the end, if I leave a bit at the end and it basically, I come back in the morning at like the bottom of my cup or my this glass will basically have like little traces of minerals. And I stuffed up my the hot water system that actually putting this water in, because it actually created a lot of around the actual the heating elements. The heating elements just had all this mineralization, and it really stuffed them. So it was a bit of a bugger. Now I just use when I use it, I use a pot, and I use just a small pot to warm my water up for my coffee, which is annoying, but that's how much minerals it is. Has heaps of minerals. Alpine water is this is why these people, like in the Swiss Alps, their soils had a lot of minerals because of the glacial water. Yeah, so heaps of minerals in that. So it's really good for that purpose in that regard. But, you could combine glacial water with basically a lower deuterium water and mix them in a sense. So that's another option. There are always options, Stefan. There's always options of doing things. And in a sense, you'd save yourself a bit of money, get mineralized water without any of the other nasties. Plus, on the deuterium side, you'd probably bring it much lower, down to about 130, closer to something like, olive oil at that sort of level. And your body still does some level of deuterium depletion through the Krebs cycle. So there's still basically that's happening, because it's a water production. Just for those who don't know what the Krebs cycle is involved, it's really for water production and basically also for the production of carbon dioxide, taking in oxygen, creating water, H2O, basically providing that metabolic water using the hydrogen ions, combining them with the oxygen and creating water, this metabolic water, which then is used by the electron chain to generate ATP. Yes, adenosine triphosphate, as it's called. Anyway, bad boy for talking about biochemistry. Anyway, let's keep it simple. Well, at least one open-minded to change has been trying to get my parents to go carny. Okay. Mother's on her path to diabetes 2, type diabetes 2. But she's so resistant to change. Yeah. Dad was a bit of a problem as well in the early days, as I found. But then I sat down and had a really honest chat, and I said, look, Dad, you got pernicious anemia. Look at the waist of your muscle. You used to have big muscles as a man. And I said, look, I sort of switched, and I've noticed, my muscles growing. I feel much better and stronger. Give it a try. And so he started slowly, and I did buy him some protein, a bovine concentrate, not an isolate. I don't buy that sort of shit. A bovine sort of concentrate so it was basically from a grass-fed, grass-finished bovine concentrate. I gave him that. I combined with taurine and a branched chain amino acid at the time. Now I just give him leucine, because he gets more than enough from his dairy and stuff like that. So we don't need to worry about a BCAA. We just need I throw in the leucine supplement there with his taurine and his extra consumption of meat that he has now, and he's very strong. He's really strong. So, and I'm happy for him. So it takes time, but sometimes, small steps, the taurine helps because it improves the whole digestive system. And that can be a problem in itself for trying to encourage them to eat more, especially in older age where they may have a lot of digestive distress. So that's one thing. The second thing that taurine does is it's an amino transporter. That means even poor amino sources can be transported into the system, into their body. So it has a benefit of trying, even when they're eating less protein, they get more of it into their system because it's an amino transporter. And then if you add leucine, you can actually magnify the muscle protein synthesis effect. Remember, if anybody goes and does leucine, Harry Serpanos, see the video. I actually show that even in a fasted way, when you throw leucine in, at least 2.6 grams, I reckon 3 at a minimum, with every meal that they take, immediately that will push up their muscle protein synthesis, even from a low protein level. You're trying to restore, and once they start seeing the benefits, then they'll be more convinced and more open for making additional changes. Small steps and patience. Well, I am. Roy, need a crash, mate. Fair enough. He's already gone. Yep. Thanks, Tracy. Yeah, you can do that. You can actually do that. You can put a bit of, if you've got a big container, you can actually put some sea salts in there and sort of get some trace minerals. You can also buy some colloidal minerals to get some trace elements. There's a lot of things you can do. You can get some of this alpine water in and mix it in as well. There's options. There's options that people can use. I'm going to run through this because basically we're up to a bit over the 4 hours, and yes. Yep. Basically, your gallbladder is not working as well, as efficient. So taurine. Taurine emulsifies the bile and actually increases the bile in the small intestine to basically have better absorption and better digestion and also dealing with the waste products. It also sometimes is people eat a lot and they get too much waste and they go, that's another reason they're probably not absorbing a lot of that stuff, which they should be. And then once they actually fix their bile issues and all that, then they start losing weight in terms of fat weight and putting on muscle because they are absorbing better the nutrients. Yes, sometimes it can be malabsorption issues due to bile insufficiency, which taurine corrects as well. Do so. They could do worse. One of my friends said she uses it. She uses it basically to get to sleep. I'm going. You got a soothing voice. I get the comment. I go, really? Yes. Some of my friends. They're so colourful. Oh, they are definitely colourful. You're welcome, Tracy. It's one thing that I haven't tasted is camel meat. Some point I have to get my hands on camel meat. I just have to. My favorite animal, a deuterium depleting super machine. Yes, yes. You should go to the first live stream, the earlier live stream. We had some really good stuff from basically supplied by our dear friend Luke Gear in that regard. So get a few laughs. Even me selling off camels. The ultimate deuterium depleting machine. So yes. Oh, that's Bart's Discord. Yep. If people want to go there and chat with Lukey, basically with Necro Kitty, they both run it. So if people want to go over there, I need to set up another Zoom thing. I'll do that. And try and remind people to turn up. I know the other one's being used by the other guys, but I'll end up killing that off and setting up a new one to try and encourage other people to come along and stuff like that. They've used the other one to come on and off, but I need to restrict it to certain, like the Saturday, so I can the rest of the week. I don't mind if they jump on and off, but it's just to keep it on a regular cycle and promote it. And I'll look into it to see whether it can actually be run without interfering with the other ones when I'm doing video stuff. There must be an option. Got to be an option. Just one simple thing I do with taurine is put it in a salt shaker and use it on everything. Fair enough. whatever works for you. That's a new one. I haven't thought about that. People do that. I know one of my acquaintance basically uses not taurine, but they use basically like they combine with an iodine type supplement type thing, salt, some other herbs and stuff like that. It's a combination of a number of things, and they basically use that as a salt shaker and all that, and some other sort of powders and stuff like that. But I don't know whether about taurine, but yeah, interesting. Yeah, why not? I mean, as long as you got the proportions right, yeah, it makes it easy. You don't even have to think about it. It's yeah, fair enough. Everybody's got their style. I can see. Who am I to disagree? Whatever works and all that. Ah, yes, yes. Just because you're very, very smart, you can be very, very dumb as well in many other aspects. I've come across many people that have got very high IQs but are absolutely socially inept. And my older sister is much smarter than me. She's got a much higher IQ than me. She's pretty brilliant, let's put it that way. But yes, but when it comes to picking up on things and stuff like that in social occasions, I'm a bit better. So I've got a higher, you could say, social intelligence in that regard. So there are variations, and I'm just because you're extremely academic doesn't make you necessarily smart. There are many out there that are very good parrots. They can parrot a lot of things, but not necessarily just because you can remember certain things. IQ is really problem solving. That's really what it is. I'm very good at problem solving. My older sister is a bit better than me. she's extremely smart. But my younger sister is less than me. So we're a bit, it's like older, the middle child, me, and the younger child, So yeah, strange. But anyway, it is what it is. But at the same time, some people can have a very high IQ, but be very narrow-minded in their thinking. And I find that with my older sister, while she's smarter than me and analytically, but she's too narrow-minded in a lot of things, so she can't think outside the box. And so she misses things where I don't. So it's more than intelligence to basically realize what is happening around you in many cases. There are many very smart people that miss a lot of things. They may be very academic in their specific niche that they're actually focused in, like he's, for instance, but that doesn't mean they understand other things around them. So, and they tend to be they lack street smarts, which I have plenty of. And the reason why I have plenty of, because to get positions in political sort of positions, you got to be street smart. You can't be just brains to get there. Have to outfox people to get into positions. Something that I don't do anymore because I think it's soul destroying, but that's a different thing altogether. Maasai coffee, never heard of it. Is there such a thing? Dunno. So smart, dumb. I like your style, Tracy. I do like your style. And there are plenty of people too smart for their own shoes. Yes. But narrow-minded. And there are plenty of narrow-minded people. God. Low IQ haters here. Hey, I'm pretty smart. Let's put it that way. I'm very analytical, but I don't jump on my high horse either. Life is more than just high IQ. There's high IQ is a good thing, but if you're very narrow in your thinking, your ability to contribute is much more limited. So I've come across people that have got lower IQs than even me and are deeper thinkers than some of these people that are higher IQs. Sometimes the higher IQs can be much more arrogant and more narrow in their thinking. I was considering once a week having pasta meal. Don't do that. Restore glycogen deplete. You don't need to. The body does it automatically. What's your view considering I'm pumping iron 5 days and 6 days is cardio? First of all, you shouldn't be doing cardio, and you should be focusing on more on pumping iron and just walking. You're actually, when you do cardio, you're actually exercising certain muscle groups, which actually are catabolic, actually change the type of shift the fiber types. So you're counteracting your weightlifting by doing that. So do not do cardio, just do walking. If you want to become more muscular, do walking, not cardio. If you want to lean out and be less muscular, don't do any weightlifting, do cardio. So it depends on what your goals are. You've got mixed goals. So you're literally, going from one to the other. Not a good idea. Focus on what your goals are. So what are you trying to achieve? If you just want generally just to have a bit muscularity and that, don't do cardio. It's not good for your heart, especially if you're not taking taurine. Not good for your heart. So just do walking. Fine. It's very, do a bit of walking and do weightlifting. That's all you need. You'll be fine. You'll get slightly more muscularity, and you don't need carbohydrates. Your body can produce all the glucose that you need, and even a bit of fructose that is needed as well through conversion within your liver. You don't need to eat glucose. You can produce it within the body. No problems whatsoever. And actually, you make things worse when you actually add that, because you derange your system, adapt to one or the other, sugar or fat. Fat has got a whole lot of nutrients, the fat-soluble vitamins, which are very important for the collagen structures. We can see the vagunarized people that go on a low-fat diet for too long and break down their tissue. And you got people like Joel Kahn walking out of a bath, middle-aged, younger than me, and literally snapping his heel, or whether it was his ankle. That's right, ankle. What is bone? Mineralized collagen. That's what it is. Your bones are mineralized protein, pretty much. Our musculoskeletal stuff is basically, protein and fats. That's what it's built, and cholesterol. That's what our musculoskeletal structure is built on. Doesn't need glucose. The body can produce it from the backbone of the glycerol molecule. Don't need it. And it actually just makes things worse. That's why all these bodybuilders are muscular fat and have a lot of health issues long term, engaging the Randall cycle. The old steak and eggs guys had much longer lives. They lived into their 80s and beyond. That's true as well. It isn't a useful, because there's a lot of different IQs. The spatial IQ, like IQ levels, you can take a person from a first world country, drop them into, with the sand people of the Kalahari, they wouldn't survive one day on their own. Those guys go out, they can actually see, they can work out what season it is. They've got very high spatial IQ. And, when you've got high spatial IQ, you can problem solve. Really good for problem solving, that. But, if they went and did an academic sort of IQ test, they'd fail. They'd be very low. Does that make them dumb? No. Their IQ is in different areas where it specializes. This is where the problem with IQ tests are. They don't really measure intelligence. They measure capability in specific areas. That's what they really do. I think intelligence is a much more complex thing, which we haven't fully understood in that regard. Way more complex. And we see now that, like in Africa, with the mobile phone network and these, screens, the children there, their IQ has just jumped dramatically compared to their parents. Is that genes? Genetic? No, genes don't work that fast. If they were dumb and unable, they wouldn't jump so rapidly. But Nothing to do with that. It's just basically a different environment, different exposure to different things. That's all it is. IQ is just, what we measure as important in their society, their traditional society, is unimportant. What does that mean? Is our technical type of prowess? Yes, it's been built over a very long time, and it's a cultural accumulation of knowledge, of civilization, and all that. But generally speaking, that gives us a certain level of knowledge base. But is that intelligence? Just take a look at some people. Some people are very analytical, and some people are very much, can. But when they come to problem solve, they're just useless. And you go, so something wrong with this picture. Old dogs like me are still doing it. I'm sorting out the problems, coming up with the solutions, not the young ones. You think, yes, she's a smart cookie. Oh, there's nothing wrong with admiring person's intelligence. That's fine, I do admire his intelligence as well, but I view he's very narrowly focused in his thinking, and he misses a lot of things as a consequence. There's plenty of very intelligent people that missed a lot of things. Even Einstein, made a few boo-boos and realized that actually he contributed more, quite a bit compared to many other scientists of his period, even to quantum physics, which he considered God playing dice, which he sort of, yes. Yes. Interesting. I'm going to run through this and we'll get to the end, because I'm not even going to answer anything, just to basically pop them up so people can see whose question was what on the screen. And then I'm going to pull the plug, just do one or two things, and then I'm off to bed. I think the other video is 10:30 tomorrow, the first one. So I've got the two already set up. I don't need to load the other ones. I just need to load the other ones tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon. I should be back. Yep, I should be back and load all the other ones. So we'll have all the videos up and running. I just need to do one of those, which I sort that out. And there'll be every day. There'll be a bit of content this week. And I've got a couple of things that I have to do Monday and Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'll be able to do some additional material for the following week when I go back to work. Hate speech against coffee. I had to say something there. Yes, all these, yes. Yes, hormesis drinks everywhere. It's crazy, isn't it? Yes. Just in the modern era, everybody needs a bit of hormesis. It's called exercise. It's stressful enough, and idiots around the world increasing your stress levels. That's enough hormesis for me. Yes. It also confers on you cholesterol sulfate, which is a water-soluble form of basically cholesterol, which has a lot of important biological processes in the body. Well, the body can still produce some cholesterol sulfate, but you can actually generate more from being exposed to the sun. So there's a number of benefits and all that. Yeah. But, in this sort of era, not getting it out outdoors enough. If you've got dark skin, you need far longer. And if you've got an office job, that's really hard to do. So, yeah, there's a lot of issues, unfortunately, for a lot of people in that regard. It's not an easy solution. Am I getting there? Yep, you just have to basically Google my name and a number of those things, and you'll find the videos that I touch on quite a few of these things. Oh, definitely stare as much as you like. Make sure you stare continuously. Open up your eyeballs and all that. Make sure you maximize the amount of light coming into your eyes, and do not blink or do anything else. Don't do that. He's a twat. God. The silly things that people say. Yep, can be, because they haven't basically consumed. Low taurine usually is a problem. Low sodium and low salt, and low, because the chloride helps as well. Low salt and low meat consumption over time will increase the pH and reduce the ability. That's why I supplement older people with leucine and with taurine. But I'm very careful, because some of them are on blood pressure meds now, so you have to go slowly and get their doctors to adjust the blood pressure meds, which is another hassle in itself that you have to deal with because of blood pressure meds. But if they're not on blood pressure meds, you don't have to worry. It actually improves their blood pressure, brings it back to normal. So, yeah, bit of a issue there. Struggling. Very much so, Nick. Yes. Am I nearly at the bottom? Probably not. Let's see if I can get down there without them noticing that I'm not answering their questions. It's been a good long day. Yes, it can. Yeah. Look, taurine, exactly. Yeah. So it's not much of a worry. You're not gonna. It's more the fluid loss, not the temperature. So it's more the fluid loss, which is the biggest issue. That's why overcooking and drying things out, you lose a lot of taurine that way. That's where the issue lies. Correct, DJ Projectus. Yes. If I could only encourage people to consume their meat rare or medium rare, yeah, it's a bit on the hard side because people are just so used to overcooking, having their meats all well done. It's just, yeah, it's just the way it is nowadays, let alone trying to get people to eat raw meat. God, you've got Buckley's chance nowadays with people's attitude towards raw meat. It's just, and all the myths that are allowed. Oh, you're going to get all this food poisoning and this and that and whatever. God. So it is problematic to say that. Yeah, most kibble eaters are basically, you've got a lot of these here. Yeah, look, he's, yeah. Yeah, seeds are very, let's say, and seeds basically have got a lot of anti-nutrients, plus they've got a lot of fiber. Should tell you something. Yeah, exactly. That's a good video. Paul Mason's. That provides really good information on there. I'm shortly to do one which will include that study, but I'll be looking at a whole lot of different factors which have to do with the negatives of fiber. So that'll be a good one that'll cover quite a few things. So I covered in the past some of the actual some of the bacterial strains. But this time I'm going to cover a number of aspects that are problematic with fiber that people sort of missed or don't talk about much or stuff like that. Fluffy Rainbow, you're late, my dear. You're late. Finally able to catch up a bit of live. Miss being here. I'm about to go. Yes. About to pull the plug in this regard. Bloody hell. Oh, there's too much clicking. Am I that behind? God almighty, I'm really behind. I'm not clicking anymore. That's it. I'm going to go right to the bottom. I'm cheating. What's that? Taurine shampoo. God. Could make some money off it, Tracy. I will eat my shampoo. You could remember the other thing? Remember somebody was talking earlier about up the rectum, the sort of, yes, you can play around with the shampoo that way. Highly absorbent down there, I hear. I couldn't help myself, Tracy. You know me. I'm just as bad as you, nearly. Yes, yes. Ah, yes, heavy cream and egg milkshakes. Yummy. I'll have to try that tomorrow. I don't know. I don't believe yes. Why not? Why not? Sounds like the ultimate milkshake. Yes, and right to the bottom. I'm not even there. I'm not in the bottom. Bloody hell! How far back am I? Freaking hell! He's really behind. He's really behind. He's really behind. Oops. God almighty. Oops, 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 oops. Only have increased in pH. Yes, exactly. Not enough meat. Not enough meat. Definitely is. Definitely is. As my brother said, if you could snort it, you'd do it, wouldn't you, Harry? I just shook my head. No, no, Nick, no. I'll leave that for others to do to enjoy. That is the most funniest thing, actually, because all the balls, and I'm going. I mean, you still have to basically. It doesn't matter where it gets absorbed in the body; it still has to go to the liver to be made into the storage form of 25-OHD, and then it goes back. It can go back to the kidneys to be converted to 125, the active form, if you need it. I'm going. Doesn't matter where it gets absorbed. It's just really funny, some of the ideas that people have out there, Nick. Dave, mate. I heard your mate, your illustrious leader, has dropped all pretense and is about to give up the game and stop incarcerating you lovely people over there. You're going to get your freedoms shortly, I hear. The Danes have already got theirs. Everything's dropped. About bloody time. You're welcome. Lukey, you just drop in? I'm about to go, Lukey. Forget about later. Great chat as always. See you next Sunday. Thanks, mate. Good to see you here. And thanks for your contributions as well. Magical mystery taurine. It's the stuff in the liquids of, liquid, what do they call it? Liquid meat. Taurine enema, Nick. Oh, God. With that final smelly message, I will say good night to you lovely people, or good day to those who are on the other side of the planet in around Europe or Central Asia. So, you lovely people, have a good time for the rest of the day. And I hope you enjoy some of the stuff that is upcoming through the week and some in the next week. So, trying to pump out a bit more content to cover a number of issues that still are persisting in our community. And yeah, hopefully I've get some of the other stuff out as well. Probably the following week, there'll be probably a 1 or 2 on cancer as well. We'll cover a couple of issues there as well. And yeah, I think that's about it. There may be a few. I'm hoping to do 1 or 2 myths and legends of veganism as well, because I've really neglected that part as well. So I'll try and get at least 1 next week sometime. So yes. Fill all those holes with taurine. See what you started? See what you started? I can't take you anywhere, my dear. I can't take you anywhere. See what you started? Anyway, guys, see yous. I am out of here. And don't forget to hit the like button on your way.